has built a wisdom park that substantiates the teaching and learning process. The park per se is open to the public. UGM has also developed drinking water facilities throughout the campus, provided by Drinking Water Supporting Unit. This system is harnessed by the entire academic community of UGM. As the manifestation of its teaching endeavor, UGM operates various field laboratories for educational and research purposes. Furthermore, UGM has established and run a science technopark as an embodiment of its capability of inventing and commercializing a myriad of innovative health products, ranging from medical devices, herbal medicines, and healthy food.
There are now more than 118,000 cases in 114 countries, and 4,291 people have lost their lives.
2020 has been a tough year for anyone, and it is no exception for UGM. Campus activities are abruptly halted, student activities on campus are annulled, and everyone is forced to work, worship, and study from home. Lecturers have no choice but to learn how to teach effectively using the information and communication technology, or ICT. Learning and research on technology are strongly supported at UGM, and in fact, we have conducted various cutting-edge technological research. Community Service, or KKN, is one of the most important courses to complete the study program, which will be undergone by University of Gadjah Mada, or UGM, in 2020 while adapting online courses system. Supported by the Ministry of Education, UGM will continue its service within the society across Indonesia during the pandemic issue. Lecturers and researchers at UGM continue carrying out basic and applied research in many realms. For instance, studies in the health sector to cope with COVID-19 are being encouraged and accelerated as a form of UGM's commitment to mitigating disaster using scientific methods. One of the most innovative inventions regarding to mitigating the COVID-19 is Genos, a screening tool or early detector of patients exposed to COVID-19, which is able to identify the symptom through exhale within 80 seconds. Genos is highly reliable. It has a number of advantages as a COVID-19 fast detection tool. Its sensor is able to detect more than thousands of patients in the long term, while providing relatively fast results, non-invasive and affordable. In addition, its usage also applies non-rebreathing mask and disposable HEPA filter. Those challenges somehow direct or even force us to innovate and modify approaches. Success is a journey which necessitates smart work through learning, studying, and sacrificing. Despite all that, most of all, we love what we do.
Located in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, mechanical engineering was established in 1959 as one of the oldest departments in Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. To meet the high demand for industrial competencies, the Industrial Engineering Study Program was founded in 1998, so the name became the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering. In Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, we are committed to constantly developing into a world-class department in academics and research. We carry out education, research, and community service to meet the requirement of the society and the engineering world. Our excellences in academics have been reflected through national and international accreditations. We provide the best environment and support for all the department members. Various sophisticated research has been consistently delivered through excellent support of technology, over collaboration and synergy with the governments, industries, and other higher education institutions. We create outstanding innovations to deal with multidisciplinary challenges in society. To handle obstacles in society and improve their welfare are our focus. So we observe, empathize, and engineer solutions. We design, disrupt, and reimagine the impossible. Engage in lifelong learning to adapt to new challenges. We translate problems into opportunities. We work for and closely with the people. We seek, solve, and share. We optimize everything to be better. Better forever.
Universitas Gadjah Mada or UGM is a public university renowned as the People's University, which strives for and puts forward the interests of the citizens and nation of Indonesia. As a higher education institution that has long been recognized by the society, we are proud of our timeless and tireless dedication to the nation. By cultivating, implementing, and leveraging education, research, and community services, which constitute the salient objectives of Indonesian higher education, or Tridharma, we remain committed to incessantly promoting the values of Pancasila. We exert the utmost effort to protect Indonesia's sovereignty in accordance with Pancasila ideology and the 1945 Constitution. As a world-class university, UGM is devoted to the interests of the nation and humanity. We conduct research, provide education, and deliver community services by enhancing knowledge that benefits the community, the nation, and the world. We have been learning from one another and get stronger together since we believe that knowledge is not useful unless it is shared with others. The learning process will never cease developing. At UGM, we learn by continuously exploring sciences, learning from history, observing the present, and researching for the future. We always work hard and never give up. The learning and research processes at UGM continue to run together and explore state-of-the-art innovations. To create a convenient, environmentally friendly, and pollution-free green campus, UGM has built a wisdom park that substantiates the teaching and learning process. The park per se is open to the public. UGM has also developed drinking water facilities throughout the campus, provided by Drinking Water Supporting Unit. This system is harnessed by the entire academic community of UGM. As the manifestation of its teaching endeavor, UGM operates various field laboratories for educational and research purposes. Furthermore, UGM has established and run a science technopark as an embodiment of its capability of inventing and commercializing a myriad of innovative health products, ranging from medical devices, herbal medicines, and healthy food.
There are now more than 118,000 cases in 114 countries, and 4,291 people have lost their lives.
2020 has been a tough year for anyone, and it is no exception for UGM. Campus activities are abruptly halted, student activities on campus are annulled, and everyone is forced to work, worship, and study from home. Lecturers have no choice but to learn how to teach effectively using the information and communication technology, or ICT. Research on technology are strongly supported at UGM, and in fact, we have conducted various cutting-edge technological research. Community Service, or KKN, is one of the most important courses to complete the study program, which will be undergone by University of Gadjah Mada, or UGM, in 2020 online courses system. Supported by the Ministry of Education, UGM will continue its service within the society across Indonesia during the pandemic issue. Lecturers and researchers at UGM continue carrying out basic and applied research in many realms. For instance, studies in the health sector to cope with COVID-19 are encouraged and accelerated as a form of UGM's commitment to mitigating disaster using scientific methods. One of the most innovative inventions regarding to mitigating the COVID-19 is Genos, a screening tool or early detector of patients exposed to COVID-19, which is able to identify the symptom through exhale within 80 seconds. Genos is highly reliable. It has a number of advantages as a COVID-19 fast detection tool. Its sensor is able to detect more than thousands of patients in the long term, while providing relatively fast results, non-invasive and reliable. In addition, its usage also applies non-rebreathing mask and disposable HEPA filter. Those challenges somehow direct or even force us to innovate and modify approaches. Success is a journey which necessitates smart work through learning, studying, and sacrificing. Despite all that, most of all, we love what we do.
Located in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, mechanical engineering was established in 1959 as one of the oldest departments in Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. To meet the high demand for industrial competencies, the Industrial Engineering Study Program was founded in 1998, so the name became the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering. In Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, we are committed to constantly developing into a world-class department in academics and research. We carry out education, research, and community service to meet the requirement of the society and the engineering world. Our excellences in academics have been reflected through national and international accreditations. We provide the best environment and support for all the department members. Various sophisticated research has been consistently delivered through excellent support of technology, over collaboration and synergy with the governments, industries, and other higher education institutions. We create outstanding innovations to deal with multidisciplinary challenges in society. To handle obstacles in society and improve their welfare are our focus. So we observe, empathize, and engineer solutions. We design, disrupt, and reimagine the impossible. Engage in lifelong learning to adapt to new challenges. We translate problems into opportunities. We work for and closely with the people. We seek, solve, and share. We optimize everything to be better. Better forever.
Universitas Gadjah Mada or UGM is a public university renowned as the People's University, which strives for and puts forward the interests of the citizens and nation of Indonesia. As a higher education institution that has long been recognized by the society, we are proud of our timeless and tireless dedication to the nation. By cultivating, implementing, and leveraging education, research, and community services, which constitute the salient objectives of Indonesian higher education, or Tridharma, we remain committed to incessantly promoting the values of Pancasila. We exert the utmost effort to protect Indonesia's sovereignty in accordance with Pancasila ideology and the 1945 Constitution. As a world-class university, UGM is devoted to the interests of the nation and humanity. We conduct research, provide education, and deliver community services by enhancing knowledge that benefits the community, the nation, and the world. We have been learning from one another and get stronger together since we believe that knowledge is not useful unless it is shared with others. The learning process will never cease developing. At UGM, we learn by continuously exploring sciences, learning from history, observing the present, and researching for the future. We always work hard and never give up. The learning and research processes at UGM continue to run together and explore state-of-the-art innovations. To create a convenient, environmentally friendly, and pollution-free green campus, UGM has built a wisdom park that substantiates the teaching and learning process. The park per se is open to the public. UGM has also developed drinking water facilities throughout the campus, provided by Drinking Water Supporting Unit. This system is harnessed by the entire academic community of UGM. As the manifestation of its teaching endeavor, UGM operates various field laboratories for educational and research purposes. Furthermore, UGM has established and run a science technopark as an embodiment of its capability of inventing and commercializing a myriad of innovative health products, ranging from medical devices, herbal medicines, and healthy food.
There are now more than 118,000 cases in 114 countries, and 4,291 people have lost their lives.
2020 has been a tough year for anyone, and it is no exception for UGM. Campus activities are abruptly halted, student activities on campus are annulled, and everyone is forced to work, worship, and study from home. Lecturers have no choice but to learn how to teach effectively using the information and communication technology or ICT. Research on technology are strongly supported at UGM, and in fact, we have conducted various cutting-edge technological research. Community Service or KKN is one of the most important courses to complete the study program, which will be undergone by University of Gadjah Mada or UGM in 2020 online courses system. Supported by the Ministry of Education, UGM will continue its service within the society across Indonesia during the pandemic issue. Lecturers and researchers at UGM continue carrying out basic and applied research in many realms. For instance, studies in the health sector to cope with COVID-19 are encouraged and accelerated as a form of UGM's commitment to mitigating disaster using scientific methods. One of the most innovative inventions regarding to mitigating the COVID-19 is GeneNose, a screening tool or early detector of patients exposed to COVID-19, which is able to identify the symptom through exhale within 80 seconds. GeneNose is highly reliable. It has a number of advantages as a COVID-19 fast detection tool. Its sensor is able to detect more than thousands of patients in the long term, while providing relatively fast results, non-invasive and affordable. In addition, its usage also applies non-rebreathing mask and disposable HEPA filter. Those challenges somehow direct or even force us to innovate and modify approaches. Success is a journey which necessitates smart work through learning, studying, and sacrificing. Despite all that, most of all, we love what we do.
Located in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, mechanical engineering was established in 1959 as one of the oldest departments in Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. To meet the high demand for industrial competencies, the Industrial Engineering Study Program was founded in 1998, so the name became the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering. In Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, we are committed to constantly developing into a world-class department in academics and research. We carry out education, research, and community service to meet the requirement of the society and the engineering world. Our excellences in academics have been reflected through national and international accreditation. We provide the best environment and support for all the department members. Various sophisticated research has been consistently delivered through excellent support of technology, over collaboration and synergy with the governments, industries, and other higher education institutions. We create outstanding innovations to deal with multidisciplinary challenges in society. To handle obstacles in society and improve their welfare are our focus. So we observe, empathize, and engineer solutions. We design, disrupt, and reimagine the impossible. Engage in lifelong learning to adapt to new challenges. We translate problems into opportunities. We work for and closely with the people. We seek, solve, and share. We optimize everything to be better. Better forever.
Universitas Gadjah Mada, or UGM, is a public university renowned as the People's University, which strives for and puts forward the interests of the citizens and nation of Indonesia. As a higher education institution that has long been recognized by the society, we are proud of our timeless and tireless dedication to the nation. By cultivating, implementing, and leveraging education, research, and community services, which constitute the salient objectives of Indonesian higher education, or Tridharma, we remain committed to incessantly promoting the values of Pancasila. We exert the utmost effort to protect Indonesia's sovereignty in accordance with Pancasila ideology and deliver community services by enhancing knowledge that benefits the community, the nation, and the world. We have been learning from one another and get stronger together since we believe that knowledge is not useful unless it is shared with others. The learning process will never cease developing. At UGM, we learn by continuously exploring sciences, learning from history, observing the present, and researching for the future. We always work hard and never give up. The learning and research processes at UGM continue to run together and explore state-of-the-art innovations. To create a convenient, environmentally friendly, and pollution-free green campus, UGM has built a wisdom park that substantiates the teaching and learning process. The park per se is open to the public.
Okay, sound check, sound check. Sound check? Right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We are very delighted to welcome you to the 13th AUNC-NET Regional Conference on Materials and first International Conference on Materials Engineering and Manufacturing. Just to give you a brief intro into the AUNC-NET, the AUNC-NET was officially established as a sub-network under the auspices of ASEAN University Network in 2001 from leaders' initiatives derived at earlier meetings related to the ASEAN-Japan Summit. The network of AUNC-NET is composed of 26 member institutions from 10 ASEAN countries, selected from leading institutions in their respective countries. Project activities have been implemented by the member institutions and AUNC-NET Secretariat with support from 14 leading Japanese supporting universities and the JICA project for AUNC-NET. Now, before we get into today's conference, please allow me the pleasure of introducing myself. My name is Fahri Gifari, and I am a bachelor student in Universitas Gadjah Mada's Mechanical Engineering program. And today I will be hosting in most of today and tomorrow's conference. I am hosting you from the city of Yogyakarta, Indonesia's cultural center, education hub, and a marvelous city with plenty to offer. Of course, we would have loved to invite you to this amazing city, but the current circumstances deny us of such opportunities. Nevertheless, we will be very much looking forward to these 2 days because this conference can still be enjoyed from anywhere in the world. This conference's objectives are to bring together researchers, scientists, academics, policymakers, and professionals to exchange information and identify research needs in the areas of materials engineering and manufacturing. In this conference, we seek to expand the scope to a wider community of researchers, allowing a higher quality of knowledge transfer and communication. We hope that by collaborating with researchers from different countries, there will be an increase in both the quality and visibility of the publications. The conference would also contribute to continuous development of research and technology in materials engineering and manufacturing. Hopefully, all of the young and enthusiastic participants that we have here today will find our lineup engaging and insightful. Now, before we get into the core events of this conference, we would like to invite all the participants, speakers, and staff to observe the Indonesian national anthem, Indonesia Raya, and the hymn of Universitas Gadjah Mada. So to the committee, if you could please. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are now going to listen to a welcoming speech delivered by Mr. Muhammad Rais Alfian Shah Taufik as the Rcm-Icmem committee representative. So, Mr. Rais, the screen is yours.
Morning, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of Organizing Committee, I am pleased to welcome you to 13th Regional Conference of Material and International Conference of Material Engineering and Manufacturing. Rcm-Icmem is international conference focusing on sustainability concept implementation in material engineering and manufacturing. Attended from 7 countries in 3 continents, with people from various research fields, we will be presenting paper describing result, application, best practice, and policy strategies in various aspects of material engineering and manufacturing. The main roster of oral session start after the excellent session from keynote speaker on both conference days. At this conference, we received 75 submissions, which were evaluated by our reviewer and science committee. Each paper received 2 or more reviews, and science committee thoroughly analyzed the score and the comment of the reviewer to be as compelling as possible. This careful selection process was organized along with 2 significant areas, material engineering and manufacturing. The final acceptance decision were made at the science committee meeting, which is resulted in the acceptance of 41 papers, 8 in RCM and 33 in Icmem. Paper received and presented will be published in the IP proceeding index-based corpus. Is it worth to mention that the selection process was more complicated than usual this year because of the world pandemic situation, which requires special events such as online conference and online presentation. Instead of holding conference offline in Yogyakarta, which make all the parties able to attend, we opt to hold the conference online, considering all the parties' health and safety, minimizing pandemic risks. This new approach gave us some objection, absolutely. But everyone must adapt to new habits from the submit. Fortunately, all the process can be carried out very well, from the submission process to the presentation session today and tomorrow. And I would particularly like to extend our gratitude to the sponsor, namely OnSeatNet, who gave individual sponsorship to 14 participants, and Gadjah Mada University Publishing and Publication Agency, who provide enormous technical assistance and the finance and financial support. Finally, I would like to end with special thank you to the Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Head of the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, all the keynote speaker, all the reviewer, scientific committee, international advisory board, and all the participants. And I hope that Rcm-Icmem can convey information, communication, and discussion about the latest research development in material engineering and manufacturing, as well as our established research collaboration in the future through scientific exchange. Furthermore, finally, we apologize for any shortcoming during our interaction with all the parties involved. Best wish for the successful conference today and tomorrow. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much to Mr. Rice for the welcoming speech. Of course, as has been stated before, prioritizing the safety of all parties, we decided to hold this year's conference online. Now, as for the next agenda, we would like to welcome Dr. Budi Hartono as the head of the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering from Universitas Gadjah Mada's Faculty of Engineering to give an opening speech. To Mr. Budi Hartono, I give the screen to you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Greeting from Yogyakarta. On behalf of the Mechanical and Industrial Engineering Department, Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, I would like to extend my warm welcome to all participants to the 13th AUN-CITNET Regional Conference on Materials 2020 in conjunction with the first International Conference on Materials Engineering and Manufacturing. This year, our department is honored to take a leading role and be the host, despite virtually, for the very important academic conference. This joint conference emphasizes sustainability in materials engineering and manufacturing. Our department is fully committed to support advancement and dissemination of crucial knowledge, and we believe that materials and manufacturing are two important topics, especially when it is viewed from a sustainability context. We would like to express our gratitude and appreciation for AUN-CITNET for their support for the distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Tamon from Shenzhen University, China, Professor Aoki from Tokyo University, Japan, Professor Nur from University Saint Malaysia, Associate Professor Pakorn Upaparasit from Siridon Institute of Technology, Thailand, Mr. Saito from Komatsu, and two of my colleagues from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Tontowi and Associate Professor Suyetno. We would like also to thanks to the scientific committee from multiple nations for both material engineering and manufacturing tracks, for the organizing committee, the chairman, my colleague Dr. Priyo Triswanto from UGM Indonesia, and last but not least, to all participants and other stakeholders. I hope that the conference would offer an excellent platform for knowledge sharing and network development. Thank you very much. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much to Dr. Budi Hartono for the opening speech. Swiftly moving on to the next agenda, we kindly invite Insinyur Muhammad Wasis Wildan as the Dean of the Faculty of Engineering of Universitas Gadjah Mada to deliver an opening speech. Mr. Wasis Wildan, I believe you are already here with us.
Yes, please.
Okay, the time is yours, Mr. Wasis Wildan.
Okay, thank you, Mas Fahri. Okay, Honorable Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Panut Mulyono, Chief Advisor and Acting Executive Director of AUN-SIDNet, Professor Weda Tamon, Head of Department of Mechanical Engineering, UGM, Dr. Budi Hartono, keynote speakers, Professor Ahmad Fauzi Nur, Professor Weda Tamon, Profesor Takahira Auki, Profesor Alfa Edi Tontowi, Profesor Pakon Opa Prakasit, Mr. Naoto Saito, and Associate Professor Dr. Suyetno, and all participants of this conference. Very good morning and Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. First of all, on behalf of the Faculty of Engineering Universitas Gadjah Mada, I have a great pleasure in welcoming you to the 13th AUN-SIDNet RCM 2020 and the first Rcm-Icmem 2020. I hope you are in a good condition and health. Although we are still in the difficult situation due to pandemic COVID-19, I appreciate to the conference committee, the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, and AUN-SIDNet that have organized this conference successfully using online manner. I also appreciate to all the participants for attending this conference from your home or from your office because you are not able to come to Yogyakarta at the moment. However, I hope that you can visit and enjoy Yogyakarta city sometime in the future. This conference aims to bring together researchers, academia, industrial professionals, and students to share experience, knowledge, and research results about all aspects of material engineering and manufacturing. I do believe that this conference will be very beneficial to all the participants in enhancing our capacity and capability, especially in the field of material engineering and manufacturing. I also believe that this conference is not only a place for presentation and discussion about the topics, but also to strengthen collaboration among us. To conclude, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to AUN-SIDNet, keynote speakers, steering committee, organizing committee, sponsors, all participants, and everyone who have made this event a success. I wish you all have a productive discussion and sharing research experience during this conference. Thank you very much.
Thank you ever so much, Mr. Wasiswildan. We hope you enjoy the conference as well. Ladies and gentlemen, it is now my absolute pleasure to introduce the Rector of Universitas Gadjah Mada, Professor Insinyur Panut Mulyono, to deliver an opening speech. So to Professor Panut Mulyono, the time is yours.
Dear speakers, participants, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of Universitas Gadjah Mada, I warmly welcome all of you today at the 13th AUN SIDNET Regional Conference on Materials 2020 and the first international conference on materials engineering and manufacturing hosted by the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering and AUN SIDNET. In particular, I would like to extend my gratitude to the distinguished keynote speakers, Professor Emeritus Dr. Ueda Tamon from Shenzhen University, China, Professor Takahira Aoki from Tokyo University, Japan, Professor Dr. Ahmad Fauzi Muhammad Nur from Malaysia, Associate Professor Pakhon Opa Prakashit from Sirindon Institute of Technology, Thailand, Professor Alfa Edi Tontowi, PhD from Universitas Gadjah Mada, Indonesia, Naoto Saito, MSc from Komatsu Limited, Japan, and Associate Professor Dr. Suyetno from Center for Innovation of Mechanical Equipment and Devices, Indonesia. Rcm-Icmem is an international conference focusing on sustainability concept implementation in material engineering and manufacturing. Each scientific conference series aims to bring together international researchers, industrial professionals, and students related to material engineering and manufacturing. Rcm-Icmem offers an intimate and stimulating environment to exchange and discuss the most recent trends and scientific results in material engineering and manufacturing. We hope that this conference could encourage lecturers, researchers, and students to write articles and publish them in reputable international journals. Universitas Gadjah Mada has long-standing and enthusiastic tradition in research, making it the most academically productive university in Indonesia. The history of UGM education has earned a reputation as pioneering university, pushing the boundaries between academic and professionals worldwide to serve and discover scientific progress as valuable sources of knowledge for the benefit of humankind. We are proud of our consistency in maintaining our intellectual culture through events such as this. We are hopeful that this year's Rcm-Icmem will significantly inspire other organizations or researchers to achieve an even more significant impact in engineering. Today, the world is in a pandemic situation, which requires us to adapt to the current situations. The pandemic has changed many human life habits, but we believe that the situation cannot diminish our intellectual ability to contribute knowledge to the world. Our university has consistently striven to be at the forefront of scientific progress, even in pandemic situations. We are honored and humbled by the number of people in attendance at this year's conference. We thank the speakers for their expertise and knowledge to spur great discussion during the conference. The response from authors and participants to the Rcm-Icmem 2020 has indeed been remarkable. A special thanks are also extended to the organizing committee members from their hard work, the entire AUN SeedNet staff for making and bringing Rcm-Icmem 2020 to life. Moreover, we would like to thank all the conference participants who will make this truly the most memorable Rcm-Icmem. This event should impact science, material engineering and manufacturing, and humanity for the next many years for unfinished business. I'm expecting this conference will also provide us better linkage and friendship. I'm sure you will have fruitful and rewarding exchanges. I hope you all enjoy this conference. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Panut Mulyono, for the opening speech. And as for the next agenda, it is my absolute pleasure to kindly invite Chief Advisor and Acting Executive Director of the AUN SeedNet, Professor Emeritus Dr. Weda Taman, to deliver an opening speech. To Professor Weda Taman, you are most welcome. I believe you are already in the room. Can you hear my voice, Professor?
Yes. Thank
Okay.
you.
I give the screen to you, Professor.
Yes, thank you very much. Professor Engineer Dr. Panut Mulyono, Rector of the Universitas Gadjah Mada, Engineer Dr. Muhammad Wajis Wildan, Dean of Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada, Dr. Budi Harutono, Head of Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, Faculty of Engineering, University of Gadjah Mada, Conference Chair, Organizing Committee, keynote speakers, my friends, and all of our distinguished guests, good morning. I am Weda Taman, Chief Advisor and Acting Executive Director of AUN SeedNet. Let me say briefly my association with the University of Gadjah Mada. I'm closely associated with the University of Gadjah Mada in probably last 2 decades. I have several students from the Gadjah Mada, and I know several faculty members, and I also jointly organized the international conference several times with Gadjah Mada, and I visited Gadjah Mada University many times to meet my friends and also deliver some classes. So I'm very happy once again to be part of the events organized by Gadjah Mada. On behalf of AUN SeedNet, I would like to say we are delighted to have you here to participate and share in the joint meeting of the AUN SeedNet Regional Conference in Materials and Engineering 2020 and International Conference on Materials Engineering, ICME 2020, hosted by Universitas Gadjah Mada. Thank you for gathering. For those who are not familiar with AUN SeedNet, let me introduce it briefly. AUNetCNet was established officially under country leaders' initiatives derived at the ASEAN-Japan Summit and ASEAN Plus Summit in 2001, with the aim of enhancing quality of faculty members in engineering of the leading ASEAN universities, and has launched the full operation since 2003, with main support from the Japanese government through Japan International Cooperation Agency, JICA, member institutions including Gadjah Mada University, ASEAN member countries until nowadays. By having been operating the project for 18 years, AUNetCNet network is composed of 26 member institutions from 10 ASEAN countries, with academic support from 14 leading Japanese supporting universities. The brief introduction of AUNetCNet activities will be provided by colleague Ms. Kultila and Professor Dr. Ahmed Fauzi Noah later in this morning session. Despite the fact that all of us here are not able to meet in person as we usually did, we strive against all the constraints and difficulties together virtually. It serves to remind us all just how important this conference is. And we all should be excited of what we will get from this event. This regional conference reflects AUNetCNet's strong commitment and determination in empowering our member institutions in ASEAN member countries to strengthen their network, to foster continuous innovation, and to create a never-ending learning environment among us all. And most importantly, the sustainability of the network is what we aim to see at the end of the day. On behalf of AUNetCNet Secretariat, I'd like to thank you all once again for taking your valuable time to participate in this conference. Your support and contribution would ensure the sustainability of our network. Please prepare yourself to be challenged and inspired during this event. I am confident that you will be able to contribute to the conference constructively and resourcefully. I would also like to take this opportunity to congratulate the organizing committee for the hard work and dedication for making this conference happen. I wish this Rcm-Icmem 2020 will be a success for the originality and the high scientific value of the contribution in this field. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Ueda Tamon, for the opening speech. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give you a brief overview of today's agenda. So after the round of opening speeches, we will now start with presentations from the AUN-CNet Committee, also a presentation about ASEAN engineering by Professor Dr. Ahmad Fauzi Muhammad Nur. And following that agenda, there will be presentations from our keynote speakers. There will be 4 presentations from 4 different keynote speakers today. The first keynote speaker is Professor Emeritus Dr. Ueda Tamon from Shenzhen University, followed by Professor Takahira Aoki from Tokyo University, then followed by Associate Professor Alpha Edi Tontowi, PhD from Universitas Gadjah Mada, and lastly from Associate Professor Pakon Opapraksit from Thammasat University, Thailand. And afterwards, there will also be 2 batches of paper presentations in 2 rooms or 2 breakout rooms with various themes and from several speakers. So we will now start our first agenda, a presentation from the AUN-CNet Committee. To the AUN CNET committee, if you're already in the room and if you could hear my voice, whenever you're ready, to the AUN CNET committee.
Economic and social development are two key components of sustainable development goals. In the rapid changing world, technology, science, and innovation become the driving forces of economic and social growth. Regional cooperation allows nations to exchange know-hows, skills, and values, and collectively produce high-skilled human resource vital for social and economic development. For almost 2 decades, AUN CNET believes in planting the seeds of collaboration in engineering education between ASEAN and Japan. Nurtured and fostered by great supports from Japanese government through JICA, or Japan International Cooperation Agency, governments of ASEAN countries, 26 member institutions, 14 Japanese supporting universities, and other partners, the seed has sprouted and expanded its branches over the years. Innovative knowledge sharing and human resource development blossom into a long-lasting, collaborative network among ASEAN and Japanese institutions. In Phase 4, the 4 main pillars of the project include Collaborative Education Program, or CEP, a scholarship program uniquely designed to enhance flexibility and collaboration through university consortiums. Alumni Support Program, or ASP, a program aimed to promote sustainability of AUN CNET alumni connections and network. Regional Conference, or RC. Annual conferences serve as platforms for scholars to exchange innovative knowledge and technological advancements. An ASEAN Engineering Journal, or AEJ, an official publication of JICA project for AUN CNET, focused on improving research capacity in engineering in the region, covering 10 fields of engineering. Each program is designed to enhance the capacity of human resource and engineering education, expand the network of collaboration, encourage connections between academia, industry, and community, and ensure sustainability of past achievements. Over 1,400 scholarships granted, 200 collaborative research projects, 150 conferences, and more than 530 academic mobility programs accomplished over the years indicate that the root of the seed we have planted has now deepened and expanded firmly, extending out to tackle the regional common issues that hinder development of ASEAN nations. We will continue to extend our route to ultimately establish connections beyond ASEAN and Japan and collectively contribute to the global efforts to achieve sustainable development goals for all. We can, together, join hands in transnational professional network expansion and human resource development, and together we will reap the fruits of sustainable social and economic prosperity.
Okay, thank you very much to the AUN CNET committee for the presentation. And for the next agenda, we will have a presentation on ASEAN engineering that will be presented by Professor Dr. Ahmad Fauzi Muhammad Nur. And to Professor Dr. Ahmad Fauzi Muhammad Nur, the time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A very good morning to all of you participants to this regional conference on materials organized by UGM. I will give a short briefing on the ASEAN Engineering Journal on behalf of AUN CNET. Right, AEJ, ASEAN Engineering Journal, published currently by ASEAN University Network, Southeast Asia Engineering Education Development Network, or AUN CNET. This is an official publication of JICA project or for the AUN CNET, and currently, Alhamdulillah, is a Scopus Index journal for a couple of years already, and it's an open access journal with free submission and publication charge. This is to thank JICA for the support, and we do hope that with this situation where it's free of submission and publication charges, we would request and we hope that more submission of publications from all of you. It's a double-blind peer review with quick review process. We hope that everything should be able to go through within a month, maximum 2 months before publication online. And this is online journal only, so that's why we can have good processing rate. Now, the aim and scope of the AEJ is to be a platform for engineering academicians, for us to exchange research data and also innovative ideas to advance the knowledge and expertise for professional development, as well as to create a network of professionals for future collaboration, not only between ASEAN universities and also our collaborators in Japan, but hopefully throughout the world. AEJ aims for its published articles to address common regional issues in ASEAN countries in particular, and reflect them through the perspective of research in engineering fields, but at the same time any other relevant research areas are also acceptable. AEJ aims to enhance research capacity and visibility of ASEAN, Japan and beyond. So currently 10 engineering fields are being looked at: chemical engineering, civil engineering, computer information engineering, electrical electronics, energy engineering, environmental engineering, geographical and georesource engineering, materials engineering. Today we are on regional conference on materials. I will emphasize on this shortly. Mechanical and manufacturing, as well as natural disaster. So these are the publication scope that we would like to focus on. Since 2011, AEJ has demonstrated great potential and promising growth rate. Within less than 10 years, the journal has constantly been improving its quality and increasingly achieve international recognition. And resulting from this good growth rates, AEJ is currently indexed by TCI or Thai Citation Index, ACI, Asian Citation Index, and also Scopus. Right? So we have been indexed by Scopus since June 17, 2019. Although a year, but we have been working towards that Scopus for a few years before that. Right? This is the submitted versus published papers by field in 2011, from 2011 to last year December. Right? So you can see that we have published over 277 articles. Okay, and last year itself, more than 250 papers have been submitted. Okay, so the number of submissions has increased about 400% after Scopus acceptance. However, we can't accept all papers. So with thorough review, relevant and relatively good quality papers will be published. Right? So number of published papers increased from 10 to 20 papers in 2020. But now we are going to publish 4 issues per year from 2021 onwards. So there will be about 40 papers that will be published as of 2021. Okay. So AEJ had a 9.4% growth rate and represents the collaboration between 10 ASEAN nations and Japan. That is when we begin with AUN-CNET program. However, as said, we are not limiting to just ASEAN and Japan, and therefore we do welcome also paper submission from other countries or other nations. It's a combination of high quality articles addressing country-specific and common regional issues. But again, as I mentioned, it's open to other kind of research which could be future related. In diverse geographic distribution of authors and editors, all right. And as you can see the slide, we are already in quartile 3s, cited documents of about 133 and such. 37 countries around the world has been citing this, our journal. So how to get involved? We would like your contribution to us. Please try to submit papers to us. Please inform your colleagues and also network circles about these journals, and click frequently on AJ listings in Scopus. We also accept reviewing requests, and I will talk about this shortly. So sustaining the journal is a legacy of AUN-CITNET, and we wish to continue. Although AUN-CITNET program will end soon, its phase 4, and we are not sure how it is, but yes, the legacy of this journal must be continued, and we'll also talk about this shortly. So as for the new publication schedule, as mentioned just now, starts from the first issue of 2021 in January, and we will have 4 issues per year. 10 papers at least per issue, and 40 papers equivalent to per year, and therefore we are going to publish every 3 months. Right? It's an online submission, and it's going to be an online journal. Right? Volume 11 in January to March, volume 11 number 2 April to June, number 3 July September, and October December will be number 4. So please come, please support us. It's going to be a first come first serve basis. Okay, this is the number of citation, which shows that it is increasing year by year. Right, 38, 64, 235 times by 2019, and it was even more for 2020. And the number of countries that has cited has gone up to about 37 countries, and we need to increase our visibility soon, even more. There are some samples of published manuscript that we accept for materials, because this is regional conference of materials, so I emphasize a little bit on these published manuscripts. For example, here is investigation of Bacillus subtilis HU50 in cement mortar, rheological and thermal properties of treated waste natural rubber, latex, polystyrene, microstructure and micro hardness of nano ultrafine grain cold roll steel or EFC steel slag as supplementary cementing material, hardness and corrosion of steel through red mud coating, microstructure physical mechanisms of RHA pore modified porous alumina with aluminium as reinforcement, structure and optical properties, zinc oxide nanostructures. We also have synthesis and mesoporous hydroxyapatite through soft template route, synthesis of calcite nanoparticle derived from cockle shell for clinical application, synthesis and titanium dioxide nanomaterials, phase formation mechanism and physico-mechanical properties of calcium magnesium silicate, preparation of activated carbon zeolite composite from rice husk ash, decarbonization of molten iron, study of zinc oxide and V2O5. Right, and if you go through it, also that you can see that the publications are also from various countries and various researchers. Right, so as I mentioned just now, how to get involved, please visit our website, AEJ ASEAN Journal website, where you can see the aim and the scope and the study publication policy. Then you can prepare your paper. And when you prepare your paper, select the relevant field, in this case the field of materials engineering, download the template, and then also check the general manual format guidelines. Right, and then you can submit online to the website as listed here, or right, the https://citnet.org ASEAN Engineering Journal submission, and then we will proceed with reviewing and editing and such before we can, if it's accepted by reviewers, and we can publish it online. We also call for reviewers. If you are interested, since our last visit to Ho Chi Minh, I've received a number of reviewers reviewers to ask to review papers, and I've used them to also review papers. So if you are interested to be reviewers for AEJ, you can select your field of expertise. In this case, again, materials engineering, since we are in the regional conference on materials. You need to prepare a CV, not so complex, just simple CV, particularly listing your publications and your interests. Then you can contact the journal of journal at AUNCnet. Write you that you want to be a volunteer reviewer, and attach your CV, right? And then the section editor, in this case myself, will look at the CV, will approve the reviewer, and then we will add in the reviewer database. Okay, and then we will invite you to review papers. So these are the editorial board section editor. This is myself, right? My name is Ahmad Fauzi Muhammad Noor from University Science Malaysia. Andi Isra Mahyudin for manufacturing, mechanical engineering, environmental engineering is Professor Chat Chiamsari from Katsat EE, David Benjaponchai from Chulalongkorn University, energy engineering, Professor Iman for ITB, right? Of course, this you know very well. It's coming from your University Gadjah Mada, Professor Lucas Doni Setijadi. Then he is for geological engineering, georesource engineering. We have chemical engineering, Professor Luis, natural disaster, UGM also Professor Radianta. This is computer information engineering, Professor Sunu Wibirama from UGM also. So UGM, we have 3 great chief editor, right? And we have also for CE, civil engineering, Professor Tirapong Senjuntichai from Chulalongkorn University. Okay. I mentioned just now that AUNCnet phase will end in 2023. But since this is the legacy of AUNCnet, the AEJ journal, AEJ will be transferred to one of our member institutions by March 2021. And there we hope that the legacy of this project will continue. So AEJ will continue to maintain a fair and balanced distribution of authors, reviewers, and editors. All right. And promise to carry out the objectives to become internationally recognized journal and follow the purpose to represent the academic collaboration between ASEAN and Japan, and also throughout the world through research and publication. And AEJ and JICA Project for Internet are deeply grateful for all the past contribution from our partners and network members, and thanking to those who are already in this activity, starting for the AEJ. All right. So if you are interested, please contact AEJ at journal@aun-c.net. Okay. And as I mentioned just now, if you are interested to be reviewers or you're interested to publish paper, please contact that www.asiaengineering.net/aej/. Okay. I guess that's all for my presentation. So we welcome again either publications or even if you're interested to be a reviewer to AEJ. Thank you, and we hope to hear from you.
Okay, thank you so much to Professor Ahmad Fauzi Muhammad Noor for the very insightful presentation. We are now going to begin answering the questions. If you have any burning questions, I would like to invite all of the attendees to submit their questions via the chat box, or perhaps via the microphones as well, if you want to activate your microphone. And I believe this session will be led by our colleagues from the AUNCnet, and it turns out we have more time than was expected. So I guess take your time, and if there are a lot of questions, I would like to invite you to answer all of them if there are indeed many. So to the audience, if there are any questions, or perhaps to our colleagues at the AUNCnet, if you would like to add more points, if you would, just, whilst waiting for the questions, if you would like to add any points.
Oh, okay. I believe that the floor is mine now.
Yes,
hello?
please.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. My name is Kuntira. I'm here to represent SEEDnet Secretariat. And now together with Professor Ueda, Professor Fauzi, and other colleagues of mine, we are happy and welcome any questions you may have regarding SEEDnet activities, as well as the engineering journal. So, okay, let me turn on my video. Can you see me now? All right.
Yes, I can see you very clearly.
All right. Okay. Any questions from the floor? Mr. MC, should I look at the chat board or what?
I believe there are not yet any questions submitted through this through the chat box. So perhaps if you would like to add any points to the previous presentation.
All right, sure. In addition to the presentation that Professor Fauzi, Professor Ueda, and I already made, I just like to point out that there is one activity that we are welcoming applications from all of you, is that we have a program that supports our alumni to strengthen their networking. It is called ASP event, where we sponsor the gathering among the scholarship students, advisors, and also the participants from the past activities to hang out, to have discussion, or even have a workshop or meeting. And we will accept applications from now until, I believe, the mid of January. So if any of you is interested, please check out for more information and details on our Facebook or website. Okay, we look forward to the applications. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Kultira. So far, still no questions. Perhaps I would like to throw the topic to Professor Ahmad Fauzi. So, Professor, if you would like to add any points to your previous presentations, you are most welcome.
Thank you, Mr. Fakri Zifari. At the moment, I don't have, because I think what I presented is almost there. Most importantly, is we welcome submission for publications, and of course, as I mentioned earlier, we also request if members or participants to participate as our reviewer also. Maybe I just like to ask the AEJ itself, although I'm presenting for AEJ, Ms. Kultira. Since this is an online journal, why are we limiting to 10 per copy per issue? Yeah. Since it's an online journal, so why do we need to limit that? Although I mentioned that is 40 per year, 10 per issue, but since it's there, it's online journal.
Yes, my colleague in AJ, please correct me if I'm wrong, but I understand that we, according to the Scopus requirements, we have to ensure the consistency in terms of the number of published paper per issue, and the 10 is just the minimum.
Right.
That we have
10 is the minimum. Yes. As far as I know, to ensure we maintain Scopus status, we have to publish according to the schedule, but the number of papers is not really limited. So that's why although I mentioned in the video, it is 10 per issue and 40 per year, but actually to all participants, we actually accept more than that. Depends on the quality of publication then.
Exactly. Yes.
Right. Okay. So 40 is minimum.
Yeah, probably, yeah, to see the increasing number of the papers, it's very happy situation, but we need a more stronger collaboration with our community as a reviewer. That is also another important thing. Without the quality of review and the number of the quantity of reviewers, we cannot have the good papers in our journal. Thank you.
If I may, ladies and gentlemen, personally ask a question. Just curious. I was just curious. How long is the average time taken from submission to the first response?
When you say first response means what?
I mean, to the next step, etc. Like, could you give us a general timeline?
Ms. Kutira would like to answer that. we have the schedules already. It's just that offline, I'm not so I cannot recall, but we will try to do as our best as it is. It depends actually also on the reviewers that we appoint, right? We inform the reviewers. So if they responds to the papers quickly, then we will try to then entertain the authors much faster. But I think the timeline was like setting for about 1 month between reviewers once they receive the paper for them to review. Can you confirm that, Ms. Kutira?
Hello, sorry for interrupting. My name is Pelpirom. I'm the managing editor of ASEAN Engineering Journal. Just would like to add on top of that, like usually the turnaround time would be around 3 to 6 months. But to be faster or to be like a little bit delayed, totally depends on the response that we get from the reviewer. But we have like a certain timeline, which you can also check on our website. Yeah, and then during the review process, the authors will be contacted by us all the time to, so they will be informed of the process and the progress in case of there is any delays or anything. Yeah.
Yeah, but I think our timeline for reviewing is well, we specifically said 1 month to 2 months. That's what we plan. But as I said, it depends on the reviewer. Some takes a long time to respond, so that may delay. But as Ms. Pao mentioned just now, it's 3 months to 6 months.
3 to 6 months is the turnaround time. So that means from submission to publication, it usually takes around that. But yeah, Dr. Fauci is correct for the reviewer to submit their review report. That would take 1 month for each reviewer. That's the set deadline that we have for all the reviewers.
Yeah. And also after reviewer have given comments, if it's a straightforward comment, it is easy. But typically, there are always you have to revise and do things that is being asked by the reviewers. Sometimes we have problem with authors themselves. In the case of one of the papers that I recently been involved with, it's already taking up to more than 8 months. So yeah, it depends. But mostly, as Ms. Powell mentioned, the turnaround time from submission to publication is between 3 to 6 months. So I think 3 months is good, but 4, 5 months, 6 months, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. That was very interesting. Again, I would like to invite the attendees to submit their questions if there are any. And in the meantime, again, from our colleagues in the AUNCnet, if there are any points at all that you would like to add, you still have time.
Okay. I guess there's no other point I'd like to add at this moment, but throughout the conference, if there is any questions or concerns or whatsoever, please leave your questions in the chat box and I will check it regularly. Thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. I believe that is all for the Q&A session right now. Thank you very much again for our colleagues from the AUNCnet as well as Professor Ahmad Fauzi Muhammad Noor. Again, if you have any questions regarding this matter, please submit them through the chat box, and we will try our best to get you in touch with the AUNC net again. Again, thank you very much.
Again, on the behalf of AEJ, since this, I believe this is going to be video recorded, and also they can always review back the PowerPoint presentation. So we welcome again those who would like to submit papers, or those who wants to be reviewer, and the website for the journal has been given on the PowerPoint slide. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Fauzi, Ms. Kultira, and the others as well. So if I may come up to our next session today, we are going to have 4 presentations from 4 keynote speakers. But before that, let me introduce you to our moderator for these sessions, to Mr. Muhammad Rais Alfian Shah Taufik. If you're already here, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Mas Fahri, for introducing me. So, good morning, everyone. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I want to welcome you the keynote session, keynote speaker session. So right now we have like 4 keynote speaker, and for okay. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Rais Alfiansyah. I organizing committee representative and also the moderator for this session. I will moderate the keynote speaker session. Maybe there is some rule that I need to emphasize, because we have like a four keynote speaker. I think we will distribute all the question. So the question and ask session will be in the last part of this keynote speaker session. So I hope that all attendee can write down your question, or maybe ask the keynote in the last session. So we will present and also play the video that already prepared from the keynote speaker, and then we continue to the question and ask session that we schedule around 11. Okay, maybe we will continue to the first keynote speaker for today. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, for today we have 4 keynote speaker. The first speaker is Professor Emeritus Widyatamon from Laboratory of Engineering for Maintenance System, School of Engineering, Hokkaido University. He got all the degree from University of Tokyo and spent 2 years after graduation to University of Washington, and also in the Asian Institute of Technology. In 1991, he moved to Tokyo, to Hokkaido University, and right now he also resides in the Hokkaido. And from 2004, he became professor in the Hokkaido University. And right now he also guest professor for Dalian University and Zhejiang University, and also in 2016 he also a distinguished visiting professor at Shenzhen University. Professor Widyatamon had a lot of award from Japanese Society of Civil Engineering, start from 1980 to 2018, and also involved in the founding of ASEAN Concrete Federation and drafting of ASEAN Concrete Model Code and FIP Model Code. And now we already know that he also chief advisor for our CNET program. So without further ado, I will please give the floor for the Professor Emeritus Widatamon. Please, Professor, the floor is yours.
Good morning, everyone. I'm very honored to be a part of keynote session. This morning, my talk is related to concrete, how to contribute sustainability. My name is Ueda Tamon. In our structure community, sustainability has been a very important aspect. Sustainability has 3 pillars, as we all of us know: social sustainability, economic sustainability, and environmental sustainability. Social sustainability is to provide functional, serviceable, and safe structure to the society for a long time. Then more recently, we pay more attention to environmental aspect, in which positive effect should be maximized and negative effect should be minimized through concrete structures. Not only our construction community, other people already knows importance of infrastructures for sustainable development. I found that this article in the Economist Intelligence Unit Limited. The title of the report is The Critical Role of Infrastructure for the Sustainable Development Goals. There are 2 sentences. Infrastructures play the key role in all 3 dimensions of sustainable development: the economy, the environment, and society. The second sentence, one of infrastructure's most important roles, increasing resilience, runs across all 3 of the 3 pillars. Those sentences clearly indicate our infrastructure should be responsible greatly for sustainable development. This is another interesting article which can be found in the journal Nature Sustainability. The paper title is Infrastructure for Sustainable Development. In this paper, the authors made a very extensive analysis of infrastructure for sustainable development. Then, as their main conclusion, infrastructure either indirectly or directly influences the attainment of all of the Sustainable Development Goals, or SDGs, including 72% of the targets. In this paper, they have the very interesting figure, as you can see here. It shows the contribution of some components of the infrastructures: energy sector infrastructure, water sector infrastructure, and solid waste infrastructure, and transport-related infrastructure, and the digital communication-related infrastructure. And this is all the summary. So as this table clearly indicates, infrastructure influence directly or indirectly to all 17 goals. This another interesting paper can be found in the paper authored by Andrew Minson, Global Cement and Concrete Association, the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, and concrete. This is taken from proceedings of FIB Symposium. The authors say concrete has a direct influence in achieving 81 of the 169 targets in total, or 48% of the total targets in all 17 SDGs. This table shows their analytical result. As you can see here, all the 17 SDGs, we have some influence from the concrete as a main material of the infrastructures. So we have noticed infrastructure and the concrete as primary material infrastructure can make a positive influence to the sustainable development, but also we have to pay attention to our negative aspect. So the amount of concrete, annual production is 29 billion tons, or 12 billion cubic meter, which is equivalent to 3,000 Giza pyramids in Egypt, or 433 gorge dams in China, which is largest concrete structure. To have 29 billion tons of the concrete, we need a cement of 4 billion tons. To produce 4 billion tons of cement, we need a lime, clay, slag, silica, gypsum, 4.2, 0.88, 0.11, 0.26, 0.14 billion tons, respectively. Besides, we also need a water of 2.3 billion tons, fine aggregate of 10.0 billion tons, and coarse aggregate 12.5 billion tons. Great amount of natural resources. So what is the CO2 emission from concrete production? My colleague, FI President Dr. Kasuga, introduced us this interesting figures. Annual emission through cement production is 3 billion tons. Besides, we have 7 billion tons of CO2 emissions through concrete construction, including transportation. Let me compare those figures in world total emission, which is 33 billion tons. The major countries of the CO2 emission is China, 9.3 billion tons, followed by US, 4.7 billion tons, and EU, 3.2 billion tons. My country, Japan, is 1.1 billion tons. So cement production alone is almost equivalent to CO2 emission of EU itself. In fact, CO2 emission depends on the economical activities as well as the technological development. I made these figures from using data from IEA and IMF. And this figure shows a chronological change of CO2 emission per GDP, US $10,000. I take figures from major countries, China, US, Japan, Switzerland, India, Indonesia, and Malaysia. As you can see clearly from these figures, CO2 emission is steadily decreasing as time passes. Another interesting fact is CO2 emission in developed countries is much less than developing countries, including Indonesia. So those figures indicate the technological development has a great important role to reduce CO2 emission. Looking at the cement production in the world, as we know, still many developing countries need a cement production or concrete structures. So as time passes, cement production is steadily increasing, but last 7 years, the cement production increase stopped, which is simply because China cement production stopped increasing. Then CO2 emission from concrete production, we can see some technological development influence. Thermal energy and electrical power energy for cement production can be reduced due to technological development. And those figures are taken from the case in Japan, but last 50 years, since 1970, those necessary energy is reducing, but recently reduction of necessary energy stopped reducing. So further reduction energy for cement production cannot be expected much. So by considering those facts, what we can do in concrete related people for reduction material and energy consumption. We have 3 ways: extension service life of structures, recycle and reuse of concrete, and utilization of industrial waste as concrete material. For example, extension service life. If service life of 33-year structure is extended to the 100 years of service life, which means necessary material and energy become 1/3. Then how to make extend service life? We can make durable structures, we can repair structures, or we can make structures with more usage flexibility. Coming down to the recycle and reuse of concrete, we have 2 levels of the approach: material level and the member level. For the material level, recycle aggregate is our main concern. Quality of recycle aggregate and cost and energy for recycle aggregate production and the property of the concrete with recycle aggregate. They are our research main focus. And the reusing members, reusing member, which is a demountable structure, we can make a structure demountable from the stage of the design and the construction. Then last part, utilization of industrial waste as concrete material. We have been using slag and fly ash. Slag is the waste material from the steel mill factory, and fly ash is the steel waste from the thermal power plant. So we can reduce those waste using them as our concrete raw material. And recently, we also pay attention usage of sea sand and sea water. There tremendous amount is available in comparison with the sand on land and water on land. But today, I talk about extension of service life of structures. So we have several damages for the concrete structures or infrastructures. Corrosion of steel reinforcement and alkali-silica reaction of the concrete itself, and free source cycle inducing frost damage of the concrete, physical damage, and also seismic action causing severe concrete damage. Those damage eventually may cause structural failure like this. This highway bridge collapse is induced by partially frost damage, and this concrete parking building collapse induced by steel corrosion, and another highway bridge collapse induced by Kobe earthquake. To have the service life, what kind of technology we need? We have to have the precise prediction model for structural deterioration from the material level to the structural level. This is an example of the frost damage case utilizing multi-scale modeling approach with RBSM. Using the macro, micro, and mesoscale material model to understand frost damage mechanism, and we can transform into the macro scale material model with frost damage, with which we can have the finite element analysis of the structure with frost damage. This is another example of the case of the fatigue-induced deterioration. This research outcome is from my close friend, Professor Maekawa in Japan. Their approach is also multi-scale concrete analysis for the FEM. Then using this multi-scale analysis, they can predict fatigue damage of the concrete slabs even without any experimentation. This is another example for the latest technology for assessment of the current structure conditions. Using monitoring vehicle, they measure vibration. Then vibration result can be used as input data of the FEM analysis of the concrete structure. The FEM analysis can predict what is the current structure performance, then collected the data through the monitoring vehicle can be accumulated and to be used for the better future assessment of the concrete structures. Then another way to extend service life is make concrete structure very durable. This is one of the recent example, non-metallic bridge. They don't use any steel reinforcing bar. They don't use any steel pre-stressing cables. Instead, they use the aramid fiber, with using the high-performance concrete, which can make possible maintenance-free or very long service life of structures. I also want to show some new concept of the interventions. This is one of the example. We pay attention strength of material, of course, for structural strengthening, but recent study shows instead of strength, fracturing strain or highly deformable material can be better option because the cost is less and they can show better performance, especially for the seismic behavior of the structures. This is an example of the developed technology with the PET fiber in Japan. This technology has been used in the many railway structures for seismic retrofitting and also shows better cost efficiency, which I mean less cost. Another new concept of the intervention is synthesize intervention with multifunctional materials. In this approach, one particular intervention method can be used for the more than one objectives. In this particular case, fiber are the multifunctional materials which can be used for the anodic protection, cathodic protection, and also strengthening material. But to have better intervention technology, standardization is very important. Through standardization, we can make each intervention method more reliable and less costly. This slide shows a recent example of the ISO 16311 maintenance repair of concrete structures and FIB Model Code 2020 to be published very soon. Those international standards show the maintenance and repair or intervention of concrete structures. So we can have more rational intervention methodology so that we can extend our service life. With this, I conclude my presentation. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Wedatamon. It's really outstanding video and outstanding presentation from our Professor Wedatamon. So maybe we want to make the time efficient. So we will continue to the second keynote speaker for today. So the second keynote speaker is Professor Takahira Aoki from Tokyo University. He also graduated all his degree from University of Tokyo in Department of Aeronautics. Actually, he started his career from became a design engineer in Kawasaki Heavy Industry, and then he continued to pursue the master degree and doctoral degree in University of Tokyo, and become the research associate and also assistant professor in the University of Tsukuba. And then he moved to University of Tokyo as associate professor and become a professor in University of Tokyo in Department of Aeronautics and Astronautics in 2003. I can say several of his research field. Some of them is structural mechanic aerospace structure, composite application, smart structure, and also innovative structure. He also got a lot of award from Japan Society of Mechanical Engineer, Japan Society for Aeronautic and Space Science, and also Japan Society for Composite Material. So for our attendance, please welcome Prof. Takahira Aoki. We will also play his video that he prepared before to make the time is efficient. So please prepare your question in the chat so we can ask Professor Takahira Aoki in the Q&A section. Okay.
Let me start my presentation entitled Development of Lattice Structures for Aerospace Applications. I'm Takahira Aoki of University of Tokyo, Japan. The outline of my presentation today is shown here. First, introduction. The second, this is the main part. This consists of 4 subjects. And third is additional features. And finally, the concluding remarks. First of all, I would like to introduce what are the grid structures. And you can see here in various fields that the grid-like structure is used. This is architecture, the roofs made of steel, wood, and this is the basket made of bamboo, and this is made of steel, the interstage of the rockets. And here I'm going to talk about the composite grid structure. And here I want to mention that we changed the word from a grid to lattice, owing to the researchers in Russia who first started to apply this composite lattice structure to the rocket interstages. Now, so I will continue with composite lattice structure. The advantage is obvious with the CFRP because one is the weight saving, because the structure itself is made by the composite materials, which is lighter than the metals. The other is due to the manufacturing simplicity, there will be a cost-cutting effects using composite lattice structure. And the possible applications are, as I mentioned, the interstage of launch vehicles, and also the aircraft fuselage section. If you have the skin to this lattice, you will have the cylinder which is confined by the skin. And some terminology. If you have the lattice structure, I mentioned about the helical ribs, which is skewed in the skewed direction, and the other is the hoop rib or the circumferential rib, which goes around the whole cylinder. And the major advantage of this composite lattice is that you have the carbon fibers. This is the major load-carrying component in the composites. It's placed in the load transmitting direction, the rib direction. So obviously it is advantageous to have the composite materials made of reinforced fibers placed in the rib direction. So just to mention how the ribs carry the loads, if you take out a unit cell and if you apply compression, what you see is that you will have a compression in these two helical ribs. If it's in tension, both ribs have tensile loads carrying. But if you have the shear load, one helical rib has the compression and then the other has the tension. So the next question is, what load is carried by this lateral rib? The answer is that if you consider the cylinder made up of grid structure, then you will have the helical rib compressed if the cylinder is compressed, and if it tends to bulge out because this one is not straight, it's curved, it's helical. And if it tends out, it should be suppressed or constrained. The hoop ribs works as the constraining component against the helical ribs. So you better have the hoop ribs in case this is in compression. From the manufacturing point, I want to say that this is a very complicated procedure, or the manufacturing procedure. And you can see these devices. These are the fiber placement devices for the helical ribs and also the circumferential ribs. And this is time consuming because you place the fibers or the fiber tape or composite tapes to these jigs, and then you round up and winding it. And this is time consuming again, and also labor consuming. And if you have the compression for this lattice structure, the thing usually happens is like this. The local rotation of the ribs takes place. You can see that originally the straight rib tends to rotate and make a skewed X shape. And this local rotation finally results in the global collapse. So we better avoid the local rotation of these ribs. So how can we improve this original lattice structure? First of all, we add the skin. You have no skins, and you have the skins outside, covering all the grid structure. The result is that if you have the skin, you can suppress the local rotation with the original ribs. And so this will result in the increase of the buckling load, in this case 65%, with just mere 7.6% increase in the mass, because you added the very thin skin to this structure. So you can see that if you have the skin, you have a big improvement in the mechanical properties. And the other thing is that either if you have the skin or not to this grid structure, compared to the original metal-made homogeneous shell cylinder, if you have the defects, what would be the damage tolerance? In the homogeneous conventional metal cylindrical case, you will have almost 25 degrees in the buckling load, whereas the grid or without or with the skin in this number 2 and 3 have a very small decrease in the buckling load. So essentially, the grid structures are very tolerant against the damages. And here, one more thing I want to mention is that in this case, the lattice is the main structure and the skin is the addition. This is opposite from the usual case of like the airframes, which has the skin first and then you have the reinforcement like stringers or the frames. But this case, the lattice is the major structure and the skin is the additional reinforcement. So it's opposite. The second improvement is the reduction of the intersections. If you have the ribs placed by fiber placement or the fiber winding process, you always have a cross point, the intersection. And at the intersection, the usual portion versus the intersection, you always have double the thickness because you have two fibers or two components meeting together here. So this means that you have the transition section from the intersection to the outer section, and you always have some defects close to this intersection, the transition section. So this may induce as the initial defect, introduce the initial defect and results in lowering the mechanical performance. So we want to avoid the intersections. So what can we do? We can reduce the circumferential ribs. Then the number of the intersections obviously decrease. So it's a good news. And what we did is this. We have a skin, but we have no hoop ribs. So if you compare the original lattice with the hoop ribs, no skins, and go to the skins and then eliminate the hoop ribs, it looks like this. So this is the original one, no skin, hoop rib, but with the skin, but no hoop ribs. So this is actually much easier to fabricate, and this may reduce the total cost of the structure. And other good point is that you have less parameters you have to fix. That means when you want to optimize this structure, then you will have less number of design parameters and it's much easier to deal with. So it's also an advantage that you have less design parameters. And actually we did some simulated optimization. This is the original lattice with skin and hoop rib. And if you reduce the hoop ribs, but if you add some thickness, because you have no hoop ribs, so you have some weight advantages. So you can add some weight to other parts, and you will be able to increase just a little bit, but of the buckling load. So X lattice, what we call this one, the X lattice, is more efficient than the original lattice, even with the skin. And the third improvement is completely banning the intersections. So what we do is completely modify the manufacturing process. We use the winding process for the original lattice structure, but here we use the lattice components, the rib components, and adhere, bond these together. So there are bonding points and make up a lattice structure. So you have no cross points or the intersection, but you have additional adhesive joints. So this is a drawback, because always the bonding portions tend to debond. So we have to think about whether this works or not. So we went to work on the experiment. So this is the specimen. This doesn't show the skin, but we do have the skin here painted in white, and put small dots in here to use with the 3D digital image correlation to measure the displacements of these skins. And this is the results. Load versus end displacement curve. This is the finite element prediction. This is the experiment. We have some shift with this starting point, pickup points, but this is due to the soft end fixtures. So you can just disregard this part and see the slopes here. You have almost the same slope. The stiffness is almost the same, and the buckling load, the peak load, is almost the same. So experiment and the finite element predictions matches very well. And if you have no skin with the same lattice structure, you have the buckling load much lower than the one with the skin. So you can see how skin is effective. And the fourth is the total arrangement change in the configuration. Not the total, but small change in the configuration. If you have some imperfections, it is well known that with the metal cylinders, the homogeneous cylinders with imperfections sometimes works in a good way. If you have hourglass type imperfections, a small squeeze in these parts, then you might have some increase in the buckling load. The lateral axis is the imperfection size. So if you have small imperfections, you might have a better performance in buckling loads. But if you have some other imperfections like inclination or waviness, this doesn't work. It always goes down. So it's a good idea for the lattice structure to work on this. So we tried some hourglass type, bulge type imperfections combined with the lattice structure. This is the results. In some cases, which has the small helical angle, then you have the bulge. Then you have a little bit increase in the buckling load. But in case of the larger helical angles, if you have the hourglass type as the squeeze, then you will have a little bit slightly larger buckling load. So it depends on the original lattice configuration, whether the bulge works or the hourglass works. And this is a detailed results, but I will just skip this one. And some additional features. We did some shock response experiment. This is the reason we take this as a subject is that if you apply the lattice structure to the interstages of this launch vehicle, you have the payload on top. And if you have the stage separation or other shocks from the lower stages, the shock transmits the structure to the payload and may destroy the payload, the satellite. So we want to know how this lattice structure works as the damping structure. And we did the SRS predictions or the calculations experiment. And we show that the final results is shown here. This is the distance from the shocking point, shock introduction point, and to the measurement point. And you see that the number, this 100% is no attenuation, no damping, and you have a lower number percentage, then you have a bigger damping characteristics. And these are the results for the lattice present lattice structure compared to the honeycomb panel and also the conventional stiffened airframe type structure. Still, the lattice structure shows a better performance than the honeycomb or the stiffened panels. So it may be promising to use the lattice structure as the attenuation components. And finally, the concluding remarks. Grid type structures are introduced and shown here as our research topic. And what we have done in the University of Tokyo is that several things shown here. We added the skin and it worked well. And next, if you have the skin, then the lattice without the lateral component, the hoop component, the rib, we call it X lattice, and it works, it performs very well. And from the manufacturing point, it's best not to have cross points, the intersections. So we introduced the bonded lattice, we call it Y lattice, and this also works very good. And also the cylinder itself, we changed the configuration of the cylinder to the hourglass type or the bulge type, and you might have a slight increase in the mechanical performance with these imperfections. And finally, we looked into the shock response, and the grid structure may result in the satisfactory attenuation characteristics as shown through the experiment. Yes, thank you very much for your attention. This is the end of my presentation.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Takahira Aoki for the presentation about the lattice structure. So maybe I want to remind us that the theme of this is material for sustainability. So a lot of the subject and also the topic in this keynote speaker is talking about how we sustain our work with the material that we produce, we engineer, and also we apply. So, for example, like from Professor Aida Tamon, that the concrete is very pivotal for us, very important, but it also produce a lot of CO2 emission. But a lot of engineer, especially in the civil engineering, come up with different way to reduce the emission, increase the performance, increase the service time, and also to reduce the need of new material. So basically, use the recycle or reuse the material from previous concrete. And also for Professor Takahira Oki, add some insight about how we can improve the lattice structures that usually usually utilized in the aerospace structure. Okay, we will come up with the next keynote speaker. He from Universitas Gadjah Mada and recently got the professor title from Universitas Gadjah Mada. I'm going to let again for Professor Alpha Edi Tantowi. He right now is head of laboratory of product design and development in the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering. He also the chairman for several institutions such as Additive Manufacturing and System Research Group for UGM, and also Mastan of Yogyakarta. Prof. Alpha Edi Tantowi finished his bachelor degree in Universitas Gadjah Mada and then continue to University of Wales, Swansea, UK, and then continue his doctoral degree in the University of Leeds. His current research interest is in the design, biomaterial, and additive manufacturing. And several his research interests including development of composite material based on amorphous polymer, development of printable biomaterial, and also Industry 4.0 3D printer technology and system. So without further ado, maybe we continue to let Professor Alpha Edi Tantowi to present his presentation. We will play his video that he already prepared. Maybe after this, maybe if Professor Alpha need to add something, you be able to give some maybe some point after the video played. Okay, please welcome to Prof. Alpha Di Tantowi for the presentation about additive manufacturing challenge and its opportunities.
Good morning, everyone. Today I would like to present about additive manufacturing challenges and opportunities. The outline of my presentation is introduction, challenges and opportunities. We would like to talk about 5 disruptors and the effect of these disruptors to the manufacturing industries, and then closing remarks. First of all, we would like to talk about the product life cycle. The product life cycle, we counted from the product out from the factory, and then entering the markets and stay in the market for a while until the product is aging. But if we look at the product and how the product develop, we start from the concept design, and the concept design we need input from the principle of good design, 8-dimensional quality, is faster, new technology, and the market. And here the market online market is getting higher, the population, while the offline market is getting down. And the facility of the production, we can use a facility factory 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and 4.0. And now I think 4.0 is more popular. And during the production, not all materials and part of component is from the domestic. It's not available in the domestic, but sometimes we need raw material part and component from the overseas. Fundamentally, manufacturing can be divided into two. One is based on the subtractive material, and the second one is based on the additive material. For the subtractive material, or in the manufacturing, we call it subtractive manufacturing process. There is any waste, but in the additive manufacturing, usually there is no waste. Of course, some method in the additive manufacturing process, there is a small amount of waste exists. In the additive manufacturing itself, we can divide into two based on the mold and dies. Another one is the process without mold and dies. And this we call it additive manufacturing, or in the past we call it rapid prototyping, and now we call it layer manufacturing technology or 3D printer technology. And basic technology of additive manufacturing technology, there are several methods such as laser sintering and melting of particle system, SLS, SLM, and also lens, and then laser cutting of thin metal, LOM, laser curing of liquid, SLA, UV light curing of liquid, SCC and DLP, holography interference, solidification of liquid, gluing particle system, inkjet, heating filament system, FDM, chemical reaction of gas, LCVD, and electron beam melting. And material can be applied for this 3D printer technology, can be formed in the solid, including solid particle, filament, and sheets, and liquid. And usually liquid, we use photoliquid because curing based on the light. And all this technology of the 3D printer can be applied to print any prototypes and functional products, including can be applied for architects, geologists, medical doctors, dentist, sculptor, chemical engineer, product designer, mechanical engineer, civil engineer, and forensic. So it's very wide application and users. And we look at the basic principle of the 3D printing. There is two things. First is a reference point based on the X, Y, Z axis. And another part is the nozzle or laser spot in the X, Y, Z as well. So the movement of the nozzle or laser spot in the X axis, Y axis, and Z axis determine the geometry and shape of the printed part. But in the conventional 3D printer technology, nozzle laser spot or light projected position in the X, Y, and Z is limited due to the physics connector between reference and the position of the nozzle laser spot. And here we give a red color. Now, there are 5 disruptors that affect in the manufacturing technology and applying in the industry. The first disruptor is the existence of the technology industry of 5.0, 4.0. And in this technology, based on the experience of gathered from the Business Development Bank of Canada, benefit of applying Industry 4.0, the first is improve of OEE, 60% of adopter / digital technology have boost productivity, reducing cost about 50%, and then quality control, 42% improve overall product quality, and 30% experience of the critical capacity of innovate. Yeah. So the company can innovate faster. But all this worth of this technology is driven by market demand, including quality, cost and price, time, number of product, and number of variant. And here this some technology has been applied in the automotive industry. And now we can look in brief. Applying of this technology.
The world is becoming more connected. Digitalization is changing our everyday lives. The car is also becoming part of this connected environment. As a pioneer of digital change, Audi is driving forward the technologies of tomorrow and shaping the production of the future. Intelligent technologies are revolutionizing the way an Audi is built. The Smart Factory optimizes production processes and increases efficiency. Augmented reality adds virtual information to the real-world environment. Data goggles simplify assembly tasks. At Audi, engineering data are compared directly with the model. High-performance computers analyze vast amounts of data and identify correlations. In this way, for example, wear and tear on equipment is indicated before any damage occurs. Production segments are planned virtually in every respect and checked using computer simulations to confirm that everything is working properly and ergonomically sound. State-of-the-art 3D printers create new forms based on the ideal model of nature. With an intelligent material mix, lighter, more stable, and more precise tools are built. With the high-end construction made of carbon fiber, employees can perform assembly activities, either seated or standing, without any additional physical stress or strain. Humans and robots work hand-in-hand on the production line. The robot assists employees with difficult operations and relieves them of routine tasks. Autonomous transport systems are revolutionizing logistics on the ground and in the air. Assembly halls of tomorrow, the conveyor belt will have had its day. Every car will move fully automatically to the next production island. The Smart Factory, digital and sustainable production.
And of course, Internet of Things is very important in the implementation of this technology in the manufacturing industry. And one project of initiated by Elon Musk in the SpaceX, which is Starlink. I think this project could be speed up the internet and almost no black spot around the globe. And I think this is could be supported distributed manufacturing facility. So we can develop a facility of manufacturing in everywhere, and we can also operate from any location. If you look at Indonesia itself, the Indonesian government already declared 5 industry sectors to adopt Industry 4.0, including food and beverage, textile and apparel, automotive, electronics, chemical, and now the new one is healthcare. So based on the technology available now, some scenario of distributed manufacturing facility in any location could be operated by anyone in any places. So the location of the facility can be different to the operator, and all of this supported by the strong of the IoT system. And the second disruptor is the COVID-19. Lungs are infected by virus SARS-CoV-2, and we know that the existing of the virus in the alveoli can block the transmission of oxygen and carbon dioxide. So the use of ventilator and respirator are not effective due to liquid blocking inside the alveoli. The existing of the pandemic of the COVID-19, of course, can reduce drop of the human life cycle, human life quality, and now we are entering the situation, the new normal, and it is still difficult to get the life quality is better like the normal. So in this situation, innovation and creativity is very important, and of course supporting by the industry of manufacturing can get a better product for supporting the quality of life of the people. In the situation of pandemic, healthcare demand is quite high in the very short time compared to the supply. So the problem hit the manufacturing industry in every country. Of course, like Indonesia, it's shortage of the product, and we face difficult to get import because the country of where the product import is also have the same experience. And the third disruptor is the birth of the quantum computing. So we believe that quantum computing can support faster and massive computation. And of course, applying the advanced manufacturing like now, we need to support the strong computing. And the fourth disruptor is the shortage of the organ donor. This is related with healthcare. Basically, there are three methods to get the organ. The first is autograft. It means using our organ to replace another organ. And the second one is allograft. We can use organ from other people or from the nature. And the third one is xenograft. Is the organ that we can get from other species instead of human. But the problem now is that the organ donor is shortage. Although this organ is very perfect. And the synergy of the 3D printer technology with the synthetic biology and nanotechnology can get the organ to improve the quality of life. So of course, the 3D printer itself should be enriched with IoT, cloud computing, big data, artificial intelligence. And the future for manufacturing of this, there is any mechanical, physical, and chemical properties of the material, but in the same time, considering biology, including growth factor, information of blood vessel, vein, and nerve. And manufacturing process of the bone tissue can still be carried out in macro scale, but self-assembly process of osteoblasts, which is in nano scale, should occur soon after the material. And here's some example of the artificial bones like heart, ears, and then this is for soft lens. And another thing is the hip, but the hip is different to the existing one. The hip is based on the lattice structure, and the lattice structure, like in this picture, it is very difficult to manufacture using the conventional one. But this only can be produced, can be manufactured using metal 3D printers. And the fifth disruptor is the space exploration. No, people in the world is racing to explore the space, and I think this is a trigger to develop new manufacturing industry. And this is one of using a 3D printer for large products for mass colonization and 3D printing in moon. And now is already used is the 3D printer for feeding. So some country using 3D printer to fabricate the building. And for the closing remarks, I think all these 5 disruptors could speed up developing a new manufacturing technology, including additive manufacturing technology and also new manufacturing industries. And for 3D printer technology itself, we have a challenge for the future goal. The new 3D printer technology should comply with high quality product printed part, but at the same time, the cost is competitive or low cost, and time delivery is also reduced. And number of product can be higher, so it's like a mass custom. But at the same time, the variance of the product also higher. Of course, To achieve this reinforcement by IoT, artificial intelligence, and of course big data, and quantum computing, I think is very important technology. Should consider of this future 3D printer. And the last but not least, we have to change the physical connector between reference and nozzle or laser spot or extruder position using virtual connector, like GPS, for example. So the GPS can detect the location of the nozzle that going around in the field. So we can fabricate the very large printed part. And of course, price and machine sizes go down. The price of the 3D printer is good down, and now it's very cheap. And the size of 3D printer also is good down and handy. And I think this condition will trigger the development of the home industry. And this is the market of the 3D printer predicted by motor intelligence. And the Asia, Australia and New Zealand are becoming the potential market. The market of 3D printer is the highest, and followed by countries from West Europe and North America. And the last low market, now is still low market, is in Africa and Southern America. I think that's all. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Professor Alpha LD Tantowi that already present the additive manufacturing, not only in the advantage but also in the drawback that maybe we need to overcome in the future to increase or maybe enhance the capability and also the advantages from the additive manufacturing. Maybe Prof. Alpha, if you any thing that you wanna add, Prof. Alpha.
I think it's enough, yeah.
Okay, thank you. Okay, maybe I will add some point. Actually, Prof. Alpha not only in the scientist and also expertise, but also do a lot of activities related to the additive manufacturing. Start from not only do the research but also do the process to make the final product. Okay, we will continue to the last and the last keynote speaker for today. Okay, the last speaker is Dr. Pakon is from School of Biochemical Engineering and Technology, and right now is head of Department of Common and Graduate Studies. He graduated from he got his bachelor chemistry in Chiang Mai University of Thailand, and then continue his study to Pennsylvania State University in United States, and then continue his doctoral degree also in Pennsylvania State University in Material Science and Engineering. He focused his research focus in infrared spectroscopy, electrospinning, lattice-based polyester, biocompatible or degradable polymer, and also natural rubber. After he graduated, he continued to did a postdoctoral in the Pennsylvania State University, and then come back to SIIT in 2004 until now. And not only working in the SIIT, he also become a consultant in coal characterization between 2003 and 2004. Actually, a lot of his publication that we can find in internet is if I read all of them, we don't have a time. So maybe we will continue directly to the presentation from Dr. Pakon Opa Prakasit. Maybe we can play his video, the video presentation that he prepared.
Good morning. My name is Pakon Opa Prakasit from SIIT Thammasat University, Thailand. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of Rcm-Icmem 2020 for inviting me to share the progress of our research work. For today, my talk will focus on part of our work on chemical recycling of polyester and the use of their products as value-added functional materials. In our research center, we focus on development of functional materials from degradable polymers, and this can be synthesized or produced from various resources. Some of the material are from petroleum-based or bio-based resources, but the part that I will focus on for today is we will use post-consumer plastic waste and convert them into small molecules as starting materials for making degradable functional materials. And we will focus on the polymer in the group of polyester, which are polylactide PLA and PET. And everyone probably know quite well already that PLA is a popular degradable polymer that are synthesized from starch, and then using fermentation, we convert this into lactic acid monomer. In order to make this into polymer, we can use polycondensation or convert this into lactide and use ring opening polymerization, in which this route here, making lactide, is more effective and we can have high molecular weight PLA. The resulting polymer can be used in the application similar to conventional plastic. Only advantage is this polymer can be degradable after use in about 6 months or 1 year. However, instead of throwing PLA waste for degradation, it should be have higher benefit if we take this, recover this, and then cut the ester bond of this polymer into small molecule and use those small molecule as starting material for other products. So this can be done by using various type of reaction. But the main reaction that I will focus on today is alcoholysis. We can use alcohol to break the ester bond and cut down the long chain of PLA to smaller size. Instead of using only alcohol that contain only one OH group, if we use more than one OH group alcohol, we can have product that can be used in various applications. Therefore, we develop a systematic process by varying the number of OH group in the alcohol and also the structure of the alcohol, starting from 2 OH, 3 OH, 4 OH, 5 and 6 OH. Also, we use polymer like PEG that have OH group at the end of the chain, but with very long repeat unit. In this process, we use microwave reactor in order to conduct the reaction. So we can complete the reaction in only around 10 to 15 minutes and convert all of the polymer into small molecule. However, the product from this reaction is a mixture of various size products. Therefore, it is very important to develop characterization technique to quantify the product that we have. We use FTIR analysis to quantitatively determine our products. For example, here this is the system that we use PDO as the alcohol, and then we vary the ratio of the PLA per alcohol from 1:1, 2:1, 3:1 and 4:1, and we take the spectra of the product mixture, and we can use the peak characteristic of the OH stretching, the carbonyl stretching, and also the COC bending mode right here as a key indicator to monitor structure and composition of our product. This is a spectrum of the products from another system, BDO, which have longer Good morning. My name is Pakon Opa Prakasit from SIIT Thammasat University, Thailand. First of all, I would like to thank the organizing committee of Rcm-Icmem 2020 indicator to monitor structure. However, the product from this reaction is a mixture of various size products. Therefore, it is very important to develop characterization technique to quantify the product that we have. We use FTIR analysis to quantitatively determine our products. For example, here this is the system that we use PDO as the alcohol, and then we vary the ratio of the PLA per alcohol from 1:1, 2:1, 3:1 and 4:1, and we take the spectra of the product mixture, and we can use the peak characteristic of the OH stretching, the carbonyl stretching, and also the COC bending mode right here as a key indicator to monitor structure and composition of our product. This is a spectrum of the products from another system, BDO, which have longer methylene group in the structure. So we also use similar band characteristic in the determination. So if we want to look at the how much ester bond has been broken by the alcohol, right, we can look at that as ester bond conversion. And also when we vary the ratio of PLA per alcohol, there can be some alcohol remaining or unreacted alcohol. So we can also use FTIR to quantitatively determine this amount, right, by using the peak in this region. And as a result of that, we can have a plot, right, between the ester bond conversion and as a function of ratio of PLA per alcohol. So we can see that if we use quite low ratio, for example 1:1, we have very short products. And then if we use more and more alcohol, use more and more less and less alcohol or higher ratio, so the conversion become lower. And in terms of free alcohol, and we also can determine how much free alcohol we have remaining as a function of PLA per alcohol ratio. Another important part from this process is, instead of having the alcohol reacting with the lactate group, we also have lactide, which is a very important starting material for making PLA as a product in the system. This is happen because of the backbiting reaction from this OH group that react to the chain and generate a ring structure like this. How do we know we have lactide in the system? So the lactide ring here have band characteristic at 935 right here, in which the intensity of this peak vary with the structure of the alcohol that we use and also the PLA per alcohol ratio. So these are the spectrum of the product in different systems. So in order to quantify how much lactide we produce from this system, so we also prepare a standard sample by mixing pure lactide into PLA at different concentration, and then we determine the peak intensity or peak area of this band, and then making a standard curve. And then by using this standard curve, we can determine the content of lactide that have been produced in the system as a function of PLA per alcohol ratio. We can see that when this ratio is increased, so we have more and more lactide. So at this moment, we can have the lactide content of up to around 7 or 8% as a product. We also develop proton NMR technique in order to quantify the product as well, on top of using only FTIR. However, because there are a mixture of various products in the system, so if we look at the proton NMR spectra, it is very complicated for the band assignment. Therefore, we need to use 2D NMR spectroscopy in order to do comprehensive band assignment of every band in the proton NMR and correlate this to the possible product structure. So this is an example from the system with EG alcohol. And once we have the band assignment for the proton NMR spectra, now we can use the peak integration value to look at structure and composition of the product that we have. So these are some possible product that we have. When we have alcohol, right, OH group from both ends right here, it is possible that one end can react and we have product that we call structure A. If both ends are reacted, so we call this structure B. And also we have lactide as a product as well. So once we know this, right, we can now use the data to calculate conversion yields of the product. So these are the conversion yield from different systems using PG, EG, PDO, BDO, and so on. So this is structure A, right? And this is structure B, where two OH group are reacted. Now, from structure A and structure B here, so we also can have different length of the lactate group that can react it here. So the smallest should be only one repeat unit of lactate. So we call this lactate, monolactate. So if the unit here are longer than one, so 2 unit we call lactyl lactate, and longer than 2 we call this polylactate. So this can tell us, right, how effective the alcohol can break down the ester bond of the PLA. So the shortest one is represented by blue color, the 2 unit is represented by red color, and then the longer one are represented by the green color. So from this system we can see that the composition of these 3 structure, right, are dependent on the molar ratio between PLA and the alcohol. When we use more alcohol, or the ratio is 1:1 here, right, we have a high amount of the shortest structure, for example. Now the composition also depends on structure of the alcohol as well. If we compare at the same composition, right, the amount of the lactate group here vary from 72 to 91 to 90 or to 66. So that is the composition of product that have different length of lactate groups. We also look at how much structure A and structure B or structure C, in case that we have more than 2 OH group, right, are in the mixture of our product. So this is the summary of composition of structure A or structure B, red color, as a function of the molar ratio of PLA per EG. We can see if we use EG, right, the almost 100% of our product is structure A, where only 1 OH group reacted. Right? And then this decrease when we increase the ratio from 0.9 to 1.7 and so on. Also, this composition depends on type of alcohol as well. You can see the trend now are different if we use different alcohol. This systematic result are very important. So this enable us, right, to precisely decide what type of product that we have, what composition that we want, and we can use them, right, for appropriate application as well. And in parallel to the work on PLA, we also apply similar process to PET, which is aromatic but non-degradable polyester. Right? So example here, we use EG as the alcohol, so we can break down the chain of PET into different lengths as well. In this case, the smallest one should be only 1 unit of this, which is called BHET. So once we have this product, so we also develop process to use this as a starting material for other products. For example, we react this product with MAAH, and then by doing this, we can introduce double bond into this polymer, and this double bond can be curable. Right? We can use this as a cross-link point to make a cross-link product as a very strong polyester network. Some other potential work that we have developed, right, we use the product from chemical recycling of PET and also the lactide, which from the recycling of PLA, and we co-polymerize this together, and we have a copolymer that is called aliphatic aromatic copolyester. This type of polyester show very good mechanical properties, right, similar to PET, but still retain degradability of PLA that can be used in various applications. We apply the products, right, both structure A and structure B from the recycling of PLA to react with isocyanate. And by doing this, we have a new type of polymer that is called polyurethane. So if we vary the composition of the isocyanate or type of the isocyanate here and the product that we have from the recycling process, so we have polyurethane that is degradable, right, with different properties. The polyurethane that we obtain from this process show also interesting property in terms of shape memory and self-healing properties. For example, here this is a polyurethane product that we have, and then we make cut, right, on the surface of the polymer. After that, if we heat this up, right, and knead this at around 40 degrees or 60 degrees Celsius, we can see that the cut here, right, disappear in about 2 to 5 hours. So this shows very promising self-healing properties of the products. Also, the same polyurethane product, right, can be used as toughening agent. Right? We know that PLA is very brittle, so we just add this polyurethane back into PLA, and if you look, if we look at the elongation at break of the product that we have, so PLA is very brittle, right? It break at around only elongation of 4 or 5%, but when we add around 20% of this polyurethane into PLA, we can increase the elongation at break to longer than 100%, which indicate a very tough polyester. For some other product that can be developed from this, we can make foam, polyurethane foam from this polymer. We can use this as hydroxyl containing additive, or we make glue or adhesive from this product. And also we develop this into 3D and 3D printing filament for 3D printing applications. Another interesting application of this product is also we can use the product from recycling of PET as a linker for making metal organic framework or MOF. So once we recycling the PET, then we can directly use this to make this MOF materials. This MOF material have application in various aspects. We can use them in environmental applications as solvent, for example. But we also can try to introduce this back into PLA and make this into composite film or composite fiber. And this can improve mechanical properties of the PLA and also still retain the very good transmittant properties. So this film can be used in smart packaging or smart farming applications. Also, the product can be used in encapsulation and also making nanoparticle materials. So we can use this to encapsulate antimicrobial compound or agent that have hydrophobic properties. Once we make them into particle, we can use this to modify surface of packaging film or textile products to make them have antimicrobial properties and also super hydrophobic properties. We incorporate magnetic nanoparticle into this nanoparticle from the product that we have, and we can modify the surface property of this particle. So this also have various applications as solvent in environmental application, or as chemical or biological detecting sensor, or in drug control release applications. So to summarize my talk, right? So we have developed a chemical recycling process of polyester by alcoholysis using microwave reactor. We successfully developed quantitative analysis technique to characterize the product from this process, and the product from this process can be used in various applications as functional materials. And finally, I would like to thank our collaborator, and also the student and the postdoc who contributed to this work, and also the granting agency who have support us to make this work possible. And I am happy to answer any question if you have. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much for Dr. Pakom for the presentation. Really interesting that we can reuse again the polymer, and then we can use the recycle by using the alcohol for the another application. As I know that polylactate is very I can say a lot of people use it because in 3D printing also using the PLA, that because of that the byproduct and also the product from the 3D printing sometimes need to be recycled. That the research about the how to recycle properly in the PLA is very important. I can say again, thank you very much for Dr. Pakrom for the presentation. So we actually come to the Q&A section. I think I have seen for a question for. Okay, maybe I will read one of the question from Yusuf Neka, directed to Professor Alpha.
Okay. Yeah.
Yes. So the Mr. Yusuf Neka have a question about 3D printing that widely applied to various manufacturing field, and his question is, can 3D printer be used for food and beverage sector? Because I think Yusuf Neka think that commonly the 3D printing for only for manufacturing on and also other sector.
Yes.
So I will repeat the Yusuf Neka question.
Yeah.
Prof Alpha, can 3D printer be used for food and beverage sector?
Yes, of course, yes. It's like for food, especially for food, yeah, like for chocolate, for cookies, yeah. The technology using FDM and methods, fuse deposition method, or we call it extrusion method. Just extruded the material of food with XYZ movement, and we can get a geometry of the food. And of course, if we use chocolate, because there are any temperature should be keep it, and then the nozzle should still have heat for extruding the chocolate on the table. Yes, of course, yeah. We can use it, the 3D printer for food as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
At the room temperature.
Oh.
Is that all right?
Okay, thank.
Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you very much for the answer, Prof. Alpha. Maybe I will like to conclude that the use of 3D printing also can be used in the food and beverage. We can like print, yes, Prof. Alpha, print the food itself to make a special or a specific geometry as we design in the computer, right?
No, can we add the answer? At the moment,
Yes.
3D printer for food is already available, I think, and many people now is using it for chocolate, especially, and other application for beverages like now in the coffee in the cafe, and the customer just take the picture of the face of the customer, and then print it on the top of the coffee. So the coffee drink, yeah.
Oh, I see.
It's already,
On top
it is
of the
already,
foam of coffee,
yeah,
right?
already available now.
Okay.
Some cafe in Jakarta and in London, I think, yeah, already use it.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Alpha.
Yes.
As I can say, 3D printing already used in various sector, not only in the manufacturing but also in the food and beverage. Maybe we will continue to the next question is actually from our keynote speaker, Professor Tamon Wida Tamon, to Dr. Parkhom. Professor Wida actually asked about the polymer that used in the civil engineering that it's require long-term durability, but the same time recycle of polymer is also important. So basically, usually when the durability is high, but the recycle process is really hard to did in that polymer. So the question from Dr. Park from Professor Vedatamon actually can the high durability and recyclability be achieved at the same time?
Yes.
If not, what is the suggestion to civil engineering?
Okay. Yes, thank you very much. That is a very interesting question, and it is also like a major concern for research community in high performance polymer at this moment. From my point of view, I would say it is possible. And there are many types of polymer that have high durability, but we at the end we can develop process that can break down this polymer structure into small molecule. In the past, there are some limitation because recycling of polymer are usually done by mechanical way. So we call mechanical recycling, which means we only melt the polymer and then make them into other form and into other product. By doing that, the property will deteriorate. So it is not suitable for high performance application anymore. But if we use the process that is called chemical recycling, it means we break down chain of the the long chain of the polymer into small molecule. So by doing this, we can then reduce them into the production of new polymer very well. And also, if we want to achieve like better performance in terms of mechanical properties, we can do this by making composite materials, like adding some other materials into polymers. But if we want to recycling this by the mechanical way, it is very challenging to do because composite material is not suitable for recycling. But if we apply chemical recycling, we can still break down the polymer chain into small molecule and make them into other new products. Right?
To summarize my idea here, I would say it is possible to achieve high performance polymer, especially for civil engineering application. But at the end, right, if we do not want to, if they come to the end of life time, so we can still take them back and recycling them into other value-added products by chemical recycling process. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Dr. Pakrom, for the answer. So basically, we polymer that have high durability for the civil engineering application, and in the end of his life cycle, we actually can recycle it with the chemical recycling process.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We continue to the next question. It's from Reza Ulfan Kamal. The question is directed to Professor Alpha Edi Tantowi. So, Mr. Reza mentioned that Mr. Reza said that SpaceX project Starlink as actually can and or I can say the SpaceX project can produce like space stress. I mean, there is debris that will can produce from the project from the SpaceX.
Yeah.
So the question is, Professor Alpha, that this project is a threat for space environment sustainability. Are there any solution from the problem? I mean, problem from the debris and also the space stress.
Yes, I think it depends on the point of view. Yeah. If we look at the negative aspect, of course, any new technology always give a waste, always give a negative aspect. But if we look at the positive way, I think a lot of satellite on the space for internet, I think can speed up the speed of the IoT. And this IoT is very important for developing the new manufacturing now, because many facility or industry now using industry 4.0 using IoT. And if the IoT is very low, it is quite difficult to get the better implementation of the IoT in the manufacturing industry. Any new technology people develop or human life develop always give a positive and negative way. So I think for the negative way, I think have to find the solution. We need a solution. But the solution always a technology. So I think it's very common. We develop new technology, always give a positive and negative. And every time we will get the equilibrium. And then new technology develop again, and then a new problem develop, new problem generate, and then we find a solution. I think this is very common in the era of technology. Yeah, this is my opinion.
Okay. Okay, thank you, Prof. Alpha, for the answer and the insight. I can conclude that every technology can give advantage and drawback, give positive and negative aspect. But in the future, the negative will be overcome by the another technology that will, I mean, to minimize or maybe encounter that problem. Okay, we can continue to the next question. The question is for Dr. Pakrom again. It's from Natalie Suseno from Chemical Engineering, University of Surabaya. The question is how the conversion result recycling of polyester by alcoholysis compared to microwave. So basically the question is compare between alcoholysis and microwave process in the recycling of polymer.
Oh. Okay, thank you for the questions. I think to clarify these questions, there are two issues here. The first one is the alcoholysis reaction, and also the second one is microwave reactor that we use. Actually, these are two separate aspects. When we chemical recycling polymer, we can use various type of reaction, and alcoholysis is one of them. And we found that for polyester alcoholysis, which means using alcohol to break down the polymer chain, is very effective for polyester. Now, when we use the alcohol in the reaction, we need to heat up the reaction. And so to supply heat to the reaction, there are various ways that we can do, right? Use conventional heating, or microwave is another way to heat the reaction. And we found that when we use the same reaction, alcoholysis, right, by conventional heating, the reaction will be complete in almost 10 longer than 10 hours, right? So if we use conventional heating, right, at the same temperature, using the same reaction, the reaction requires longer than 10 hours. But when we use a microwave reactor, the same reaction can be completed in only about 10 to 15 minutes, right? So these are the two aspects, two separate aspects. So we can say that the alcoholysis using microwave reactor as a heating source is very effective compared to conventional heating source or other type of reactions. But if we want to, like related to the previous question to me, if we want to apply this concept to other polymers, right? For example, polyurethane or polyamide, right? In civil engineering application, right? Different type of reaction may be required, may not be the alcoholysis. And also the heating methods or heating temperature may be different for other types of polymers. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Pakram, for the answer. Maybe I can say that Dr. Pakram said that the alcoholysis and microwave is actually one step, right? So we use like Dr. Pakram use different type of reactor using microwave to increase or I alcoholysis without the microwave, the time for the reaction
yes.
wave to accelerate the process.
Yes.
Okay.
Exactly.
Thank you, Dr. We continue to the next question. Professor Aoki. So I think John Burhan referred to the last slide talking about the FEM result and also the experimental result from the adhesive joint or I can say way lattice. Maybe Prof. Aoki, could you elaborate more about the result?
Yes, good day. I can answer the question. And can I share the screen for some explanations? And I hope you can
Yes,
see the figure here. And I think the question is related to this chart, this figure. The finite element result and the experimental results differ quite a bit. And the reason is that the fixture of this specimen is like in this bottom and on the top, and they grab both ends and push this down to apply the compression load. So what happens is the specimen itself is fine with this one because, as you can see, the largest slope is the stiffness that can be achieved. And that's comparable to the finite element result and the experimental with the experimental result. So that means that the stiffness itself is fine. So the problem is the starting point. At this point, we suspect that the discrepancies are due to the fixture and not intrinsic to the specimen itself. The reason is that the fixture is so soft. We arranged it in a wrong way, probably. That the fixture is so soft, not solid enough. That's why some of the elasticity of the fixture takes place at this point. And I hope that this is not an intrinsic problem of the grid or the lattice structure itself. Am I answering the question? I hope I answered your question. That's all from me. I'll give it back to you.
Mr. Rice, I think you're muted.
I guess so too.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Auki, for the answer. Well, we will continue to the next question, also from John Burhan. This question is for Prof. Alpha again. So the question is, with the additive manufacturing technology, what are the most important aspects that should be improved and researched?
Okay. I think it depends on the application of the EM technology, because there are now many methods are now available, can be for prototype, functional, or entertainment. Some are commercial, but others are still in the lab. And the benefit of using this technology is that this machine can are able to print any complex geometry and shape. But the lack of if we talk about the structure for structure application, the mechanical strength is still lower than using the conventional one. So for research, I think it's focused on improvement of the mechanical strength if we talk about the structural application. So this is, I think, is we focus on the material. Yeah. Another one is the lack of this technology is that it only can be used for very low lots of product can be print. It is quite difficult to get like automation. So the number of the product is very low at the moment. So I think for the future, we have to improve the number of the product can be printed, and also the mechanical properties. But again, this is it depends on the application. Some material is only be used for prototype, but if we have the very strong mechanical strength of metal, I think is very important. And composite, I think, is very important for composite. Yeah.
Hello, Prof. Alpha.
On the connector using the virtual. At the moment, the product volume is depend on the size of the axis. For the large size of the product, I think we need to convert the physical connector between the
Hello, Prof. Alpha. Okay, I think we find some technical issues. Okay.
Yeah, some
I'm sorry, Prof. Alpha, I think.
Yeah. Some technical issues now is the property of the material that can be printed. Because not all material can be printed. Yeah. Although now it's available for polymer, PLA, for example, yeah, and then PLLA, yeah, and then biometals like cobalt, chromium, and then nitinol, nickel, titanium, composite. Now it's already can be printed using the, but for metal, usually we use technology like sintering or selective laser melting. So the form of the material is the powder, metal powder. But for extruder filament, metal filament, now it's using method like welding. This is some aspect. If we use it for medical application, like for printed heart tissue, for example, until now still get a problem, still facing the problem like processing condition. For example, like using a bioceramic and mix composite with polymer, and we have to have the filament that made of polymer mixed with powder, metal powder. So it's I think using PLA, the problem now is the filament of that material is not available. So in the research, we can develop a filament with the material PLA, for example, and with reinforcement with the biometals. I think this is some example of using composite material and application in the medical aspect, in the medical field.
Okay, thank you very much.
Challenge is if we print the building. At the moment, we can use cement and the material for building. But if in this field there is not available cement, we have to develop another material that can be used mixing with the local material and then print it. Like in the case in the moon and the Mars, for example, the people dream to get there. Is it difficult to get cement there? And we have to print it in there using the local material there, and we print it from the earth. So all the operation from the earth, and the 3D printer is there using the local material out there, and then print it there. So this is another challenge of using 3D printer in the other planets.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Alpha. So I can say that the problem that we face in the 3D manufacturing is related to the material. So maybe we cannot find a specific material that we can produce in the specific region, such as in the moon or the other planet, because usually we use the resource from the Earth, right? So maybe we need to have a research in the developing material for the another planet or maybe in the another source, uh, but the Earth. Okay, thank you very much.
But like also can we again?
Yes, yes.
Like lattice structure. Lattice structure. Lattice structure is difficult to manufacture using conventional, using subtractive manufacturing process. Lattice structure, and lattice structure can be software and suitable with the specific force, and then directly printed in the 3D printer. So this is, I think, the benefit of using a 3D printer.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Alpha, adding the point that the use of 3D printer also can manufacture a lattice structure, because like Prof. Aoki said before, that the lattice structure is actually labor intensive, and the use of 3D print 3D manufacturing can help that process. So we have another question for Prof. Aoki. Is the question actually from Mr. Aksin, Dr. Aksin. Prof. Aoki should know Mr. Aksin. So the question from Mr. Aksin, how we deal with the lattice structure that have lag during the manufacturing process, where the cross-link fiber have less density near on it.
Yes, I'm not sure if I'm understanding the question correctly, but my answer is that if you use some plastic composites that can be rebonded or melted and so on, then this kind of lattice bonded structure is very effective, because you set up all the components of the lattice ribs, and then what you do is you can bond it by heating up afterwards, so that the process is very flexible. The manufacturing process is very flexible, and it will be very competitive way of manufacturing these lattice structures. Yes, this is my question. This is my answer. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Aoki, for the answer. Okay, so actually we have another like 20-30 minutes to another question from the audience or from the participant. Any? Feel free to hit the chat section to give the question for the keynote speaker today. Okay, there is a question for Prof. Weda Tamon, and the question from Surya Sixten. So the question is there any suggestion about the method to recycle cement waste? Because I think there is high possibility of inefficiency cement usage in developing and third world country that need our solution as academic. Prof. Weda Tamon.
Yes, thank you for the good question. Yeah, I'm not really expert at this particular aspect, but at least the community, cement-related or concrete-related community in Japan, we realize the importance of this waste. especially for the ready-mix concrete factory, and also at the construction site itself. Then naturally, we have some waste because of the excessive amount of the production of the ready-mix concrete. Then, in fact, this excessive amount is something like 10% or more than 10% of the actual ready-mix concrete which we need. Then we try to utilize or reuse the excessive ready-mix concrete by separating the aggregate and the cement ground or so on. And this kind of the attempt just started by establishing some organization, professional organization. Then I think in the near future, they could come up with some feasible, technically and economical feasible solution. But yeah, at least we have our engineer try to attempt to solve this problem. Yeah, thank you for your good question.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Vedantamon. Maybe follow-up question from me, from myself actually. Is it possible to use the material from demolished building? I mean, from the demolished cement. I mean, we can use it again to mix with the new cement or new concrete to make new building. Is it possible, or any disadvantage using that method?
Okay, I think I understand your question is how to reuse or recycle concrete,
yes,
which no longer in use. Yes, this is what I showed as a second method to contribute to sustainability. And yeah, we have many studies to have how to use or how to produce recycled aggregate. In fact, the recycled aggregate is a product of after demolition or breaking into the small pieces of the no longer used concrete structure or concrete block. Yeah, of course, we have many steps. And unfortunately, at this moment, we don't have any chemical recycling way, mostly mechanical or heating recycling way. Then the issue is even recycling is to save energy, but at this moment we need a lot of energy to prepare recycled aggregate, and nevertheless to have the equivalent property quality of the virgin aggregate and the recycled aggregate. This is very rather difficult. I mean, time and cost-consuming process. So we try to come up with some compromise, which means we adapt. Recycle aggregate is some kind of the low quality of the aggregate. This is different from the standard aggregate. But of course, the even low quality of aggregate, we can find some application which does not require much concrete property, I mean hardened concrete property. Then we have this kind of the various direction, and at this moment, different countries have this different direction. But in Japan, we try to have the very high quality of the recycled aggregate, so that I don't think we have much application. But in other countries like China, they try to utilize recycled aggregate as much as possible, which means we adapt a quality of the recycled aggregate is lower than virgin aggregate. That is also another direction. But besides that, yeah, in fact, in Japan, those recycled concrete is much used. We don't simply dump to the dumping site. We use it as the basement of the road. So we utilize those aggregate piece of block of the concrete debris as the basement of the road. So that was it's greatly used. Yeah, this is also another information. Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Vedatamon. That really really good answer. I really know that is it possible. It is possible to use recycle or maybe we can say the demolished concrete to another aggregate, but with lower quality aggregate. Okay, maybe there is actually a follow-up question for Professor Vedatamon. Is from Yusuf Nika. He asked about the difference between the traditional concrete with the green concrete. That green concrete is like from concrete that combined with the waste, or I can say various type of industrial waste. Is it any different, or maybe some advantage or disadvantage between those of two?
All right. Okay. Thank you. Another good question. Yes. As I said, our concrete engineering basic fundamental stance is to utilize those material, even material from the waste product, should be as good as virgin material. Then, in fact, we use slag and fly ash as the many applications. In fact, in many applications, I think it depends on the country by country, but at least in Japan and also Thailand, at least I know, we have so many practical applications to be used as ordinary concrete structures to satisfy the requirement, I mean property requirement. And even I can say that using slag or fly ash, the concrete can be a better property in some sense. So in terms of some kind of durability, fly ash and slag can provide better long-term performance. And of course, some cases, to have the long-term performance, the strength gaining process. Yeah, it takes some time to have the final strength, 1 month or so on, but using those products, it may be longer, something like 3 months. But by considering this kind of slow aging process, yeah, eventually we can achieve even more durable concrete structures. So the utilization of slag and fly ash is fully accepted by our concrete engineer. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for Prof. Vedatamon. We continue another question for Professor Alpha. So the question is from Boma Rizkiko. The question is how to measure of a country to adopt construction of 3D printing in terms of product and material manufacturing, and how effective every country to can adapt or maybe to manufacturing the material of 3D printing.
It is quite difficult to answer. But I think the majority depend on the market needs. Yeah. When the people think that they're using the current technology for building the building, including the labor cost, is getting higher, the entrepreneur maybe start to think using the 3D printer for building, because using that technology, although the investment, the beginning of the investment is very high, but for the long term, if the labor cost is high and the material also is expensive, I think people start thinking to use the 3D printer for fitting. I think China, I think one country that not using this 3D printer for building, or build some building in there using the 3D printer. In United States as well. For Indonesia, now it's still in the lab. We are now start to doing research, developing the extruder for building. This is just for fun.
Can I add some information for the application of 3D printer in the construction? I think
sure.
We have many studies going on, but application probably is expected limited because main our concrete structure we have reinforcement, steel reinforcement. Having steel reinforcement at this moment, I mean current 3D printing technology cannot do it with the reinforcement embedded in concrete. So we have to solve this problem. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, some commercial material is already available in market now for 3D printing. Yeah.
Yes, I know. It's it's called the fiber reinforced cementitious material. Yeah, you utilize those fiber reinforced material. Yes, we can utilize 3D printing technology. Yes.
Yeah, although there is it's not. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Alpha and Prof. Widatamon. What I can say that the various aspects need to be assessed to measure the maturity of country. For example, material and also the technology. But the most important is the I can say the market needs, because when you have the technology, the material, and also the manufacturing process, but there is no one that use it, it will be not can be very used by a lot of people. And then some I can say from Widatamon that some of disadvantages from the construction using the 3D printing, that the 3D printer cannot use to assembly or construct the reinforcement, for example, like steel, or maybe I can say the steel to reinforce the building itself. Okay. Okay, I think there is a follow-up question from Puma Rizkiko. The question is to me, Professor Widatamon again. He asked about the steel and other reinforcement for the concrete. So basically, we know that the concrete not only consists of cement and concrete itself. Building need to have like another reinforcement like a steel. Maybe Prof. Widatamon can elaborate the any another reinforcement for the concrete.
Okay. Yes, my video doesn't work, but anyway, yes. Thank you for another good question. The reinforcement, yes. In fact, steel is a very highly recyclable material. Most of our steel reinforcement is recycled steel already. But in terms of the CO2 emission, during those production of the steel, or even through the recycling process, we still use a lot of energy. So in this sense, I'm not sure the steel reinforcement is the best one. But once again, steel is 100% recyclable material. So in this sense, much better than the concrete. Then, but the steel has some disadvantage, some corrosion. Corrosion is a real common problem with all kind of infrastructure. Then to have longer durability, we try to utilize other type of material, which is FRP. Yeah, it's also related to our discussion, the polymer. Yeah, FRP is almost no way to be corroded, so quite durable. But in some other sense, like against elevated temperature, yes, containing the polymer, so the FRP is not the best good material, but it's embedded in concrete, so somehow FRP can be survive the under even elevated temperature. But anyway, yeah, we have some attempt to use FRP as a substitute of the steel reinforcement to make service life longer so that we can have the better sustainability. But again, recycling of FRP, this is major challenge. We don't have really good solution yet. That's why I asked Dr. Pacon to such question. How about the durability and the recyclability of the polymers? Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Wedatamon, for the answer. Actually, we have like a last question that all keynote speaker need to answer, because this question from Reza Ulfan Kamal from Institute of Technology 10 November ITS asked about what the role of ASEAN country in the future for material engineering and manufacturing. Are you optimistic for the future? What the message or advice do you have to student and young researcher? I mean, regarding the role of ASEAN countries in material and also in manufacturing engineering. Maybe we can start from Prof. Wedatamon. Do you have any insight about the role of ASEAN country, especially in the material engineering and manufacturing engineering in the future?
All right. Okay, I didn't expect this question to me, but yeah, by listening, yeah, I have been attending the regional conference quite many years. Then by listening, used to be we have the keynote lecturer from the other countries other than ASEAN country, but nowadays, yeah, many keynote lecturer from our ASEAN communities. Then they talk about very high quality of the research. And also today, yes, I was impressed very much of the two keynote lecturers from ASEAN countries. So definitely by observing this fact, I can see very promising future among the ASEAN communities, and also professor from Japan. Yes, ASEAN, those scientific community or engineering community is a good collaborator for the Japanese counterpart as well. Yeah, thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Wedatamon. Maybe from Prof. Aoki. Prof. Aoki, do you have any insight about the role of ASEAN country for material engineering and manufacturing?
Yes.
And maybe some
As
advice to the researcher. Okay.
Yes, as all of you know, that China is now picking up so quick and making a big industry themselves. I think that the ASEAN countries have also have to work on the same trend, industrialization, of course, and that means that the manufacturing the parts or the factories should locate in or distributed in these countries, in ASEAN countries. So I think that manufacturing is very important. And of course, the materials itself is important, but manufacturing technology is extremely important for the ASEAN countries to work on. So I think the students working or starting to work in this field should think that they do have promising situation in the near future. So I really recommend the students to work on these fields. That's my opinion. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Prof. Aoki, for the insight. We continue to the Professor Alpha and Dr. Parkhorn as the ASEAN citizen or ASEAN resident itself. Prof. Alpha, do you have any insight about the role of ASEAN country in the material engineering and manufacturing? Oh, I think we miss Prof. Alpha. Okay, we directly continue to uh, Dr. Pakhorn. Do you have any insight about the ASEAN countries and the role of ASEAN countries regarding the material engineering and manufacturing? And do you have any advice for like the young researcher and also the student? So, okay, please, Dr. Pakhorn.
Yes, thank you. I strongly agree with Professor Ueda and Professor Aoki that the research and also the research on material development and also the importance of materials in development of the country are very important. And this is not only regional issue, it is a global issue. The advancement in development of materials is growing very fast. And also another important concern is for sustainable development is what we are dealing with the materials at the end of life time. So recycling is a very important issue. So especially when we consider the population of our region, right? And when we use the high amount of materials, we will end up with generating huge amount of waste from materials. So taking all of this, right, the research and development in material fields are very important. And in order to make this going strong, we need a strong collaboration among the researchers in the area. And also from my experience, right, that I have been involved with the AUNCNet program, we have very good collaboration among our members and also the institution in Japan that have very strong support to our research community in the area. And also, yes, and we need to produce very high talent, young talent from the area and the regions to get this going strong. Yes, that is my opinions.
Okay, thank you very much, Dr. Parkhom, that give insight about the role of ASEAN countries. I can say the region is have a lot of potential. We just need to focus and can enhance and improve the development of technology. Okay, maybe there is no another question for the all from our keynote speaker. Once again, I want to thanks a lot to the all keynote speaker that give a lot of insight, a lot of knowledge about the use of material for sustainability, not only for from the ceramic, the concrete, the polymer, and also from the composite. That we need to like take a look for its sustainability. I think to end this session, the Q&A and the keynote speaker session, we will have a photo session, and maybe I will give this session to the master of ceremony itself. And once again, I feel really grateful that I can moderate the outstanding, really respectful keynote speaker today. I really honored with this role as the moderator. We can. I hope we can produce fruitful inspiration, fruitful knowledge to the audience and also for the all parties. Okay, thank you very much. Maybe I will give the session to the master of ceremony.
Right. Thank you very much, Mr. Rais, for moderating the previous session, and thank you very much as well for all of the keynote speakers. Next, we will have a break before we go into the breakout sessions. But before the break, I would like to ask everyone to turn on their cameras, to turn on their front cameras, because we are going to have a little photo session just before we enter our break. So to everyone, to all the participants, the paper presenters, and everybody else in this room, if you could turn on your cameras, please. And maybe maybe I could, the guys from the committee could help me count for the photo, perhaps. Okay. From the committee, just tell us when you're ready. Okay, so can you guys count, please? Maybe I would like to ask my colleague Burhan if you could count down for us.
Okay, I will count 1, 2, 3 for 4 slides. So I will count 4 times. Okay, for the first slide. 1, 2, 3. And then for the second slide. 1, 2, and 3. And then for the third slide, 1, 2, and 3. And then for the last slide, 1, 2, 3. Okay, that's all.
Thank you very much, colleague Burhan, for your help. And once again, I would like to express my gratitude to Mr. Muhammad Rais as the moderator for the previous session, and also for Professors Ueda Tamon, Takahira Aoki, Alfa Edi Tontowi, and Pakon Opa Prakasit for the amazingly insightful session and speeches. Before the break, I would like to inform you that we are going to have a parallel session after the break. So please be noted that our parallel session will be divided into 2 batches or 2 breakout rooms. So first A, and then there will be room B. Of course, you can always refer to the rundown for more details about the parallel session. And please note that the parallel session will start at 1300 hours GMT plus 7. So that's 1 p.m. GMT plus 7 after the break. And you can proceed to your presentation room after the break. There will be 2 rooms, as I said before, room A and room B, where room A will be moderated by Mr. Kusmono, and room B will be moderated by Mr. Willy Prasida, 2 amazing lecturers, of course. And yep, that is all, I guess. Please note once again that we will continue the conference on 1300 hours GMT plus 7. Please enjoy your break and have a relaxing break, everyone. Thank you very much.
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 Stay safe.
As the manifestation of its teaching endeavor, UGM operates various field laboratories for educational and research purposes. Furthermore, UGM has established and run a science technopark as an embodiment of its capability of inventing and commercializing a myriad of innovative health products, ranging from medical devices, herbal medicines, and healthy food.
There are now more than 118,000 cases in 114 countries, and 4,291 people have lost their lives.
2020 has been a tough year for anyone, and it is no exception for UGM. Campus activities are abruptly halted, student activities on campus are annulled, and everyone is forced to work, worship, and study from home. Lecturers have no choice but to learn how to teach effectively using the information and communication technology, or ICT. Learning and research on technology at UGM. In fact, we have conducted various Community Service, or KKN, is one of the most important courses to complete the study program, which will be undergone by University of Gadjah Mada, or UGM, in 2020 while adapting online courses system. Supported by the Ministry of Education, UGM will continue its service within the society across Indonesia during the pandemic issue. Lecturers and researchers at UGM continue carrying out basic and applied research in many realms. For instance, studies in the health sector to cope with COVID-19 are being encouraged and accelerated as a form of UGM's commitment to mitigating disaster using scientific methods. One of the most innovative inventions regarding to mitigating the COVID-19 is Genos, a screening tool or early detector of patients exposed to COVID-19, which is able to identify the symptom through exhale within 80 seconds. Genos is highly reliable. It has a number of advantages as a COVID-19 fast detection tool. Its sensor is able to detect more than thousands of patients in the long term, while providing relatively fast results, non-invasive and affordable. In addition, its uses also applies non-rebreathing mask and disposable HEPA filter. Those challenges somehow direct or even force us to innovate and modify approaches. Success is a journey which necessitates smart work through learning, studying, and sacrificing. Despite all that, most of all, we love what we do.
Located in Yogyakarta, Indonesia, mechanical engineering was established in 1959 as one of the oldest departments in Faculty of Engineering, Universitas Gadjah Mada. To meet the high demand for industrial competencies, the Industrial Engineering Study Program was founded in 1998, so the name became the Department of Mechanical and Industrial Engineering. In Mechanical and Industrial Engineering, we are committed to constantly developing into a